Hello, everyone. Oh, cut the one. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Very warm
Hear
welcome
you, Dr.
to our respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Deputy Vice Chancellor, respected Dean, distinguished speakers, esteemed faculty members, researchers, scientists, industry experts, and all participants joining us from India and across the globe. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 5-day International Faculty Development Program on Frontiers on Bioinnovation, Innovations in Bioengineering and Biopharmaceuticals for Healthcare, Industry and Sustainability, jointly organized by the Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, India, in collaboration with the University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia. Today's program brings together eminent academicians, researchers, innovators, and industry professionals to deliberate upon emerging trends and transformative innovations in bioengineering, artificial intelligence, biopharmaceuticals, healthcare technologies, and sustainable biotechnology. On behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Sumedha Mukherjee, extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to advancing the scientific knowledge through collaboration, innovation, and academic excellence. We are delighted to have participants representing universities, research organizations, healthcare sector, and industries from different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us, and we hope you have a rewarding and enriching learning experience for over the next 5 days. To formally begin today's inaugural ceremony, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Gaurav Kumar, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, and co-convener of this faculty development program, to present an overview of the department, the school, and Galgotias University. Dr. Kumar has remained instrumental in strengthening academic research, innovation, industry collaborations, and interdisciplinary education within the department. Sir, we warmly welcome you to take the virtual platform and address our participants and the gatherer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I would like to welcome all the dignitary here and want to introduce about the Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering at the School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotia University. Our department offers a dynamic and industry-oriented BTech programs in biotechnology, biomedical engineering, chemical and biochemical engineering, and bioinformatics. The department serves as a hub for the innovation and academic excellence, attracting aspiring bioengineers and researchers from across the India who are driven by a shared vision of advancing science and creating meaningful societal impact. We are committed to a student-centric learning approach for the as well as we are emphasizing the experiential and outcome-based education that bridge classroom learning with the real-world application. The students are also actively encouraged to participate in the national and international conferences, competitions, workshop, hackathon, ideathon, and technical events. So the department take pride on its highly accomplished faculty. We have 22 faculty member who are 100% PhD, including several members with the prestigious international postdoctoral research experience. The curriculum at our department of all the program thoroughly designed to integrate the strong theoretical foundation with the extensive practical training, preparing the student to address emerging global challenge in healthcare, agriculture, environmental sustainability, and industrial biotechnology. So aligned with the Galgotia University vision of innovation, entrepreneurship, and research excellence, the department nurture critical thinking, leadership, and entrepreneurial skills among the student. Thank you very much for inviting me and providing me valuable time for this FT. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Gaurav Kumar, for providing us with a comprehensive overview of the department, the school, and Galgotia's University. Your presentation beautifully highlighted the commitment of our Galgotia's University towards excellence in education, impactful research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and global collaborations. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Ashok Balaraman, convener of this FDP, to introduce our esteemed collaborating institutions, the University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia. The University of Cyberjaya has established itself as one of Malaysia's leading institutions in healthcare education, biomedical sciences, engineering, and interdisciplinary research, making significant contributions to the global academic collaborations. Dr. Ashok Balaraman has played a pivotal role in fostering international academic partnerships and thereby strengthening research collaborations between institutions. Sir, we humbly request you to kindly address the gathering. The virtual platform is yours.
Sir, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Am I audible? Right. I think I'm audible now. Thank you very much, Dr. Sumedha, for the introduction. And very good morning to all the participants from Galgotias University. And also, thank you very much for collaborating with the University of Savijaya over this faculty development program. And it's my great pleasure to introduce University of Savijaya to the participant of Galgotias University. So as you see, that is our campus in a place called Savijaya in the state of Selangor in Malaysia. And Sabia, it all begins with in somewhere 2005 with a bold investment of 200 million, which was started as a dream and flourished into the thriving academic hub, offering over 50 cutting edge programs from undergraduate degree to postgraduate, um, uh, taught and research opportunities across the diverse fields within the campus. And today, we are not just an institution, we are a launch pad for the innovation, thinkers, and leaders shaping the tomorrow's world. And this is where the campus is located in a very strategic locations in Savijaya, which is called to be the first smart city in the country. And our rankings, Savijaya University takes part in QS subject ranking, where it is a 5-star for the medicine and for the excellence. And we are also in the Asia ranking, where we are in the 433rd, 34th position. And in Southeast Eastern Asia ranking, we are in 83rd position. And for the subject ranking for art and design, we are in under one, between under one and under 50. Nationally, University of Savijaya also appears for the Satara ranking, which is actually the uh, uh, different type rated one, and Cyberjaya University is competitive in that. And there is another ranking, MIRA, is Malaysian Research Assessment ranking by the government, where Cyberjaya is a 3-star institution in that. And we do also take part in Times Higher Education Impact ranking, where we hold the rank between 600 to 800. Our vision is to be a global institution that empowers learners and partners to create a lasting impact through the education and innovation. Our mission is we deliver inclusive and future-ready education, advance impactful research, and foster innovation and partnership that equip learners to lead, adapt, and contribute meaningfully to the society. Our core value is CAT. C stands for commitment, and A, accountability, C, respect, and E, excellence. We do have a central college associated with the main campus of the Savijaya University, University of Savijaya. They share the same premise, and the students share the same facilities as their peers at the university, and are prioritized for the university's undergraduate and postgraduate programs when they choose to further studies. And we do also have affiliated institutions in the different parts of the country. Savija College is present at a place called Kuching, which is the eastern part of the Malaysia. And here, the Savija College Kuching has become established in 2010, and it's an affiliated institution to the University of Savija. The college specializes in healthcare science programs such as the healthcare, environmental health, physiotherapy, medical laboratory technology, and foundation in health sciences. The students who complete a foundation in Savija College from Kuching campus would migrate to University of Savija and Selangor. And we do have another campus in a place called Kota Kinabalu, which has been established in 2008, and it's an affiliated institution to the University of Sanjeev again. The college specializes in health science programs such as nursing, pharmacy, physiotherapy, healthcare, psychology. The college also has programs focused on business studies as well as the foundation studies. And looking at the path that the University of Savitya has come across, starting from the 2005, and it underwent different types of constructive growth and recognition from various bodies within the country and outside the country. And finally, we are at the year 2026, where we recently won a gold prize for the Putra Asia Brand Awards. Means it is actually represented for the visibility of the university among the corporate sector, and Savilla has secured gold award in that. And in 2026, the good news to share with the participant is University of Savilla has also entered into the global ranking for the first time. And Tansri Datostri, Dr. Noor Isham Abdullah is our respectful chairman, the chancellor of the institution, who has been appointed in 2023, um, and he's well-known figure in the country during the COVID time because he handled the situations very effectively and very constructively to maintain the COVID widespread. And Professor Dr. Whitford, most of you would know him because Professor Whitford and I visited Calcutta University a few years back, and he is our Vice Chancellor. Um, and then the students, we have almost 1,609 foundation and diploma students, and we do have 3,691 undergraduate students and postgraduate students, who is around 716. So altogether, we have more than 500,000 students in the campus as of May 2026. And we do have students from 76 different countries as the full-time and part-time in the campus. And these are the list of programs that the University of Savija is offering. And these are the postgraduate programs. We do have a variety of different types of health science and non-health science related programs. And this is the research core values, fueling the innovation through the diversity. There are different types of researchers working on the various generic areas of the research, starting from lifestyle medicine, physiology, pharmacology, cardiovascular research, psychology and social sciences. And we do have researchers working on disaster and emergency management, public health. We do have postgraduate program in public health as well, and biomedical engineering, microbiology, occupational safety and environmental sciences, management and technology, and finally education. And what you see on your right is the facilities in the campus and some of the students working on the site for the lab experiments. And University of Savija is one of the top medical school in Malaysia, very famous for its MBBS program. And University of Savija has the most comprehensive faculty of pharmacy in Malaysia, and the first private institution to offer the Doctor of Pharmacy and the Master in Clinical Pharmacy in the country. We have that privilege. And we have the Malaysia's leading safety and health faculty, which is recognized by the Institute of Safety and Health UK. And we do have biomedical engineering technology program, which is internationally benchmarked and professionally recognized by various bodies like the Sydney Accord, and Lambaka Juruthara. And these are some of the facilities. Library, we have very huge library with adequate books and softwares available in the library, which is 24 hours operating. And we have a very nice courtyard view and cafeteria. The students will usually hang out. And we have a student support hub, which is dedicated only for the student-related support system. And we have career services, and this is our grand hall, and we do have mock wards, and we have dietetics labs, and these are some of our facilities. Uh, you can see the lecture theater, which is very well advanced, and we have multimedia labs, we have rehab rooms, and sound studio, recording studios there. Mac lab is there, and we have chemistry lab, medical science lab, pharmaceutical lab. I'm sure these all is even present in Galgotia University also. Thank you very much. That's about the University of Cyberjaya. I'm sure this coming session for the another few days will be very interesting and thoughtful to both participants from Galgotias University as well as the University of Cyberjaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok Balaraman, for introducing the University of Cyberjaya and highlighting the importance of international collaborations and in advancing education, and for letting us know about all the programs that has been offered by the university that contributes in research, innovation, and in advancement of biomedical sciences and clinical sciences. It is now my distinct privilege to invite Professor Abhimanyu Kumar Jha, Dean School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, and convener of this international FDP, to address the gathering. Professor Jha has been a visionary academic leader whose guidance has significantly contributed to strengthen academic quality, research culture, innovation, and interdisciplinary education within the School of Biosciences and Technology. Sir, your inspiring leadership continues to motivate faculty members, researchers, and students alike. We request you to kindly deliver your address and take the virtual platform.
A very warm good morning to all of you from different universities across the world. And I would like to welcome you all for this International Faculty Development Program on Frontiers in Bioinnovation, Innovations in Bioengineering and Biopharmaceuticals for Healthcare, Industry, and Sustainability. As you all know, this is being organized by Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, DBBE, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotias University, in collaboration with University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia. Just now, I heard an address given by the Pro Vice Chancellor of Cyberjaya University, Dr. Ashok Kumar, and it has been a privilege
I'm not Pro Vice Chancellor, because I'm the Director of Research. I'm sorry, sir.
Hey, Pro Vice Chancellor?
I'm Director of Research.
Okay, you are Director of Research. Okay, I had got to know that Pro Chancellor. Okay, I'm so sorry for that. So I just listened to the address given by Dr. Ashok Kumar ji, the Director of Research of University of Cyberjaya, and I was really privileged to know about so many different schools, so many different faculties which are there, and the growth of this university is a telling story. We were really privileged to see that the medical school is also doing very nicely, and I would like to tell you that the School of Biosciences and Technology at Galgotias University, as well as all its 4 departments, that is Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, Department of Life Sciences, Department of Food Technology, and Department of Biomedical Sciences, are also leading from the front. In fact, I would like to tell you that our university is leading from the front in so many different aspects. In QS ranking, in THE, everywhere we are there. And in addition to that, we have been proving ourselves in terms of SDGs also. So we are the pioneer university which is leading the way in SDGs, sustainable development goals. So we are going to move ahead with sustainability. And in this particular International Faculty Development Program also, as you can see, we are trying to fulfill so many SDGs. In addition to that, I would like to tell you that our School of Biosciences and Technology has really done well since last 2 years of its inception. And we have been performing well in so many different fronts like research, publications, projects, funded projects, as well as patents, books, book chapters, and we have been leading the way in national as well as international research. Just now, a few months back, we published a very important article. Our faculty members were instrumental in that work, in which we linked epigenetics with groundwater contamination. Now, groundwater contamination is a problem in so many countries like Mexico, Europe. In Europe also, there are so many countries which are affected with this. In Asia also, there are so many countries which are affected with this. And it linked it with epigenetic changes which are leading to tumor formation, that is cancer. Similarly, our faculty members have been working in the field of neurodegenerative disorders. They have been working a lot in different diseases, tuberculosis, and so on, as well as they have been trying their best to find out the solution for the problems facing the mankind. Here we are with this Frontiers in Bioinnovation, which is going to provide a platform for all the people from so many different universities and institutions across the world in getting out some solution to the problems faced by mankind in the field of healthcare, industry, and sustainability. I would like to tell you an important thing. Our university has been, instrumental in pushing all our schools as well as all the faculty members for doing good research. Our Honorable Chancellor, sir, our Honorable CEO, sir, our esteemed Director Operations, ma'am, as well as our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, they all have been motivating us and pushing us to do our best in the field of research as well as academics. It is a privilege to be a part of this International Faculty Development Program, and I would like to commend the efforts of the faculty members of Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, School of Biosciences and Technology, as well as the HOD of DBB, Dr. Gaurav Kumar. They have come out with a very nice and timely contemporary topic of this FDP, and this FDP is going to provide us a bone of knowledge regarding the innovations in the field of biohealthcare, industry, and sustainability. With this, I would like to thank the management of our university, our Honorable Chancellor, sir, Honorable CEO, sir, and esteemed Director Operations, ma'am, as well as our Honorable VC, sir, for always pushing us to do the best and for always trying to deliver the best for our students as well as faculty members. And I would also like to thank our collaborator, University of Cyberjaya, for being such a nice collaborative partner. Together, we have started this, and I'm sure we are going to move holding our hands together in the future as well to take out time to find out the solutions for the problems faced by the mankind, to develop some innovative solutions for the problems faced by the mankind. So with this, I would like to thank all the participants who have joined here. And I can see that the number of participants is very nice. It is 246 right now. So it's going to be a great FDP. And I would like to request the participants to be inquisitive. Let's move ahead with asking good questions, because good questions and doubts are the basis for the science and technology to move forward. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Jha, for your inspiring words and sharing your kind words regarding academic excellence, research, innovation, SDG, and international collaboration. Thank you so much, sir. Your motivating address has set the perfect tone for this faculty development program. It is now my proud privilege to invite our chief guest for today's inaugural ceremony, Professor Dr. Azreen Azmadi Arifin, Honorable Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia, will be delivering the inaugural address for this International Faculty Development Program. Professor Dr. Azreen Azmadi Arifin is a distinguished academic leader whose contributions toward higher education, research, healthcare, and international academic partnerships are widely recognized. Under his visionary leadership, the University of Cyberjaya continues to promote excellence in education and impactful research at the international level. We are truly honored by your gracious presence, sir, and we request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address. The virtual platform is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee. Good morning, in India, and good afternoon. It's me in Malaysia, everyone. I'm pleased to be able to speak on the virtual platform today, and this event, which is very virtual, International Faculty Development Program, is entitled Frontiers in Bioinnovation, Innovations in Bioengineering and Biopharmaceuticals for Healthcare, Industry and Sustainability. That's a very long topic. But anyway, distinguished Vice Chancellor of Galgotia University, Professor Mallikarjuna Babu, Dean Professor Abhimanyu Kumar, who has just spoken, esteemed faculty members, distinguished speakers, researchers, participants from various institutions, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the University of Sriwijaya, Malaysia, it is my great pleasure and privilege to extend our warmest greetings to everyone who are attending this International Faculty Development Program. The title, as I've just mentioned to you, is kind of long, and I'll repeat it now. Frontiers in Bioinnovation, Innovations in Bioengineering and Biopharmaceuticals for Healthcare, Industry and Sustainability. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate Galgotia University for taking the initiative to organize this timely and highly relevant program. Programs such as this provide an invaluable platform for researchers, educators, scientists, and industry experts to exchange knowledge, inspire innovation, and build meaningful collaborations across borders. And we are very proud to be associated with such an esteemed and reputable university. I would also like to acknowledge the tremendous efforts of the organizing committee. My sincere appreciation goes to Associate Professor Ashok Balaraman, convener from the University of Sriwijaya, who is the Director for Research at the Center for Research Development at the University of Sriwijaya. I'd also like to acknowledge Associate Professor Gaurav Kumar, Head of Department and Co-Convener, Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgotia University, India. And of course, Professor Cha himself, Dean of the School of Biotechnology and Convener from Galgotia University. Your dedications and commitments have made this international program possible. It is indeed an honor as well that this program is graced by a presidential address of Professor K. Mallikarjuna Babu, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Galgotia University, and we're looking forward to your address, sir. His leadership has continuously strengthened Galgotia University's position as a globally recognized institution committed to academic excellence, research, innovation, and international engagement. I'm particularly delighted to note that this faculty development program represents yet another milestone in the long-standing collaboration between Galgotia University and the University of Sriwijaya. It is truly encouraging to witness this partnership continue to grow stronger every year. Such enduring collaborations reflect our shared commitment to nurturing talent, advancing impactful research, and addressing global challenges through collective expertise. At the University of Sriwijaya, we firmly believe that meaningful international partnerships are essential for developing innovative solutions to benefit society. The challenges facing healthcare, biotechnology, pharmaceutical sciences, and sustainable development cannot be addressed by any single institution or country alone. They require interdisciplinary thinking, international collaboration, and a shared commitment to knowledge creation. I hope that this faculty development program will inspire future collaborative research projects, joint publications, student and faculty mobility initiatives, and innovative solutions that contribute towards improving healthcare and sustainable development globally. As we continue strengthening the partnership between our two institutions, I look forward to many more successful joint initiatives that will benefit our academic communities and contribute to the advancement of science, technology, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate the organizers for their excellent efforts. And I would like to thank every participant for being part of this important international program. I wish the International Faculty Development Program every success, and I hope that all participants will enjoy a fruitful, enriching, and inspiring learning experience. Thank you very much, everyone. Wishing you a successful program.
Thank you very much, Professor Arifin, for your inspiring inaugural address. Your insightful thoughts on scientific innovation, international collaborations, and your highlighting of the importance of FDPs in enriching the researchers and faculties to finding solutions for real-life challenges using shared commitments in bioengineering and healthcare technologies have been really inspiring for all of us. We sincerely appreciate your valuable time and gracious presence for addressing today's inaugural ceremony. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It is now my highest honor to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University, Professor Dr. K. Mallikarjuna Babu, sir, to deliver the presidential address. Dr. K. Mallikarjuna Babu is an eminent academic administrator, distinguished researcher, and visionary leader who has been instrumental in transforming Galgotias University into one of India's leading institutions of higher education through academic excellence, innovation, research, and global engagement. Sir, your leadership continues to inspire our entire academic community. We are deeply honored by your presence, and I request you to kindly deliver the presidential address for our participants and all the distinguished dignitaries. The virtual platform is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumedha. Am I audible? Are you hearing me? Yeah. Good morning and greetings of the day to all of you. Probably good morning here in India, as Professor Azreen said, it's good afternoon there. So henceforth, I chose the middle path, greetings of the day. And it's indeed a great opportunity to have Professor Cyber Jaya University as a collaborator. Our collaboration has been 2 years plus old, right? Going very strongly, and a lot of programs such kind have been emerged in the process. While these processes, FDPs or any other collaborative research events, move forward to build a scientific temperament among the learners. The learners could be researchers, learners could be students, students from masters, students from undergrad, all the programs. So now this particular topic today, which has been chosen by the Department of Bioengineering and Biopharmaceuticals of Galgotias University under the School of Biosciences and Biotechnology. So is a truly interdisciplinary in nature and highly internationally collaborative in nature. That's what I heard from Professor Azreen and Professor Ashok, Dean for Research of Cyber Jaya University. Indeed, it is my great pleasure to see them, both of them here. At the same time, Professor Ashok also visited Galgotias University, I believe. So I invite more and more people from Cyber Jaya University to visit our campus and help us in collaborating much more stronger, right? We also would like to run these programs and every year, one in Cyber Jaya, one at Galgodias University in the coming years, so that real form of networking happens. The real, rather virtual today, however virtual we are stronger, virtual is a convenience. Real connect happens through the physical online face-to-face meetings. That's what I believe. Now, the theme is very apt. Now, I should say the health, which is a very, very important factor. And there are several domains of activities here. Neuroimaging, AI-driven, biomedical, right? And all the, even including electronic side, you are going, so that truly talks about interdisciplinary in nature. So coming on to Galgodias University, the university established in the year 2011, right? 2011. It's about just a baby, 15 years of old, but this is a short journey, is a long journey of hardships for all of us, and we started working tooth and nail for the development, growth and development of the institution, Galgodias University, under our able leadership of our beloved and Honorable Chancellor Sir, Sri Sunil Galgodia ji, and our dynamic and very charming leader, CEO, Dr. Dhruv Galgodia ji, and our able innovator and a lady who has very passion for education and law. So our Dr. Aradhana Galgotia ji, and our all esteemed faculty members. There are many faculty members who have been contributing for both the academics and research. So it's actually these two, academics and research, science, engineering, technology, all these things are seamlessly integrated. That's a one thing which really makes me tell you boldly that is a one which is, we are steadfast, right? All the kind of achievements so far in a humble manner. So now, while I say that, so today we stand, right, very greatly ranked by the QS rankings as well, and Times Higher Education rankings. So both talk about the kind of progress and achievements that the university has been achieved over the years, and the way it is poised to go more and more. Having said that, we do publish more than we do have about 2,000 faculty members and about 1,000 research scholars. We do publish about nothing less than 3,000 quality publications, Q1 to Q4 range, right? And on an average, we produce about 70 to 100 PhD scholars per year. So now that actually talks about the education, and I would say this education is truly multidisciplinary in the sense we do have about 24 different disciplines, strongly emphasizing various disciplines, and the students spread across all of them. And then, so we have a very optimal and choice for the students to do interdisciplinary research. This is which is helping us on this count, and this kind of FDP, along with the collaborative efforts of Cyberjaya University, strongly will benefit all the participants who are there in this FDP, and definitely it will really add on to their learning. And at the same time, when such kind of events are being hosted or being carried out, I would say that these activities really becomes a learning part on the university fraternity as well. So university also learns from this and try to push us more and more. So what I say that, so Cyberjaya has and we do not have is the medical education. That is the only thing which I just understand that way. Otherwise, the vision and the kind of blend which I see, these both universities go together and to provide such kind of knowledge sharing, and particularly in the cutting edge areas, and such kind of health and education predominantly helps us, and not only helps us, helps the international researchers who are part of this particular FDP. With that few thoughts of mine, I once again thank our collaborators from Cyberjaya University. Thank you and namaste to both of you present over there. And then all the audience who have been wonderful always to be kind. And I should say one particular mention here, the School of Biotechnology and Biopharmaceuticals, Biomedical Engineering, all of them very enthusiastic faculty members, like for example, our Dr. Gaurav and Dr. Sumedha, and led under the guidance of Dr. Abhimanyu. So they themselves have been truly researchers. They do really lead by example. That is actually really promotes, collaborates, and whatever we are today, right, in the rankings or achievements, all that, their contribution is immense, right? With that few thoughts of mine, and we do have lots of young researchers joined us who really do a world-class research. That's also another strong point. And before I say Professor Sreen, so I would like to say that we would like to start an international series for promoting science and research. So it's a 1 hour lectures, a lecture series, which I should say. So I request Cyberjaya to also join that initiative, which will start from this fall. So now the just 2 speakers from 2 universities will be addressing the audience and then bringing out the cutting edge and new developments which are happening in the area of research in science particularly, right? So this fundamental science and all those things which we would like to really start, which will sooner it will be done. And I also suggest that we'll also invite you on that and be a counterpart, and we can co-host that also. So one from our side, one from your side, so we can always bring in, we can schedule with your help, all that. And with that few thoughts of mine, I wish all the very best and good luck for this particular FDP on frontiers in bioinnovation, particularly relation to health and other emerging areas. With that, thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. Namaste. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for your inspiring presidential address. Thank you for highlighting the contributions of Galgotias University in global research and the university's achievements on international platforms and its commitment towards academic excellence. Your visionary thoughts, encouragement, and unwavering commitment towards excellence have always motivated us all to continue the striving journey of innovation, impactful research, and global academic collaborations. Your words will undoubtedly inspire every participant throughout this 5-day journey of faculty development program. Thank you very much, sir, for taking your time out and gracing today's inaugural ceremony and sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
As we come to the conclusion of this inaugural ceremony, it is now time to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone whose support and presence have made today's program truly memorable. I now invite Dr. Nitesh Kumar Singh, Assistant Professor in the Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, and also the Organizing Secretary for this International Faculty Development Program, to propose the vote of thanks. Nitesh sir, kindly take the virtual stage.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected distinguished dignitaries, chief guests, distinguished speakers, esteemed faculty members and participants, a very good morning to one and all. As we come to conclusion of this memorable inaugural ceremony, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Biotech and Bioengineering, School of Bioscience and Technology, Galgotia University, and the organizing committee of the 5-day International Faculty Development Program on Frontier in Bioinnovation, Innovation in Bioengineering, Pharmaceuticals for Healthcare Industry and Sustainability. First and foremost, I would like to convey our heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chancellor of Galgotia University, Mr. Sunil Galgotia, sir, for his visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the academic excellence and innovation and global engagement. We are equally grateful to Dr. Dhruv Galgotia, sir, Honorable CEO of Galgotia University for his constant encouragement and support in fostering research, innovation, and transformative academic initiatives. I also extend my sincere thanks to Ms. Anuradha Galgotia Ma'am, Honorable Director Operations, for her continuous encouragement and invaluable supports in successful organization of this international programs. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Cyberjaya, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Azrin Esmedi Arifin, for honoring us with his gracious presence and delivering an inspiring inaugural address. Your valuable insight on international collaboration and innovation have truly enriched this program. Our special gratitude goes to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotia University, Professor Dr. K. Mallikarjun Babu Sir, for his inspiring presidential address and for his visionary leadership in promoting academic excellence, research, innovation, and global engagement. I would also like to express my heartfelt appreciation to Professor Renu Luthra Ma'am, Advisor to the Chancellor, and the Dr. Shashi Bala Singh Ma'am for their continuous guidance and motivation and unwavering support throughout the planning and successful execution of this FDP. My sincere thanks are also due to our Professor Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Professor Avdesh Kumar Sir, and our respected Registrar, Dr. Nitin Gaur Sir, for their valuable support, encouragement, and cooperation. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Dean Sir, School of Bioscience and Technology, Professor Abhimanyu Jha Sir, and Professor R.S. Sharma Sir, for their extraordinary leadership, continuous guidance, and invaluable contribution towards making this faculty development program a grand success. My heartfelt thanks also to Dr. Ashok Balaraman for introducing our esteemed collaborating institution, the University of Cyberjaya, for his dedicated effort in strengthening the international academic collaboration, and to Dr. Gaurav Kumar for presenting an excellent overview of the department and Galgotia University. I would like to thank all our eminent keynote and invited speakers for graciously accepting our invitation and for being a part of this prestigious faculty development program. We are deeply honored by your presence and look forward to your invaluable insight, expertise, and thought-provoking deliberations, which will undoubtedly enrich this program and inspire all participants towards in research, innovation, and interdisciplinary collaborations. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all our faculty members, members of organizing committee, administrative and technical staffs, everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the successful organization of today's inaugural ceremonies, and to all our participants joining from the university, research organization, hospital, industry institution across India and around the world. Thank you for your enthusiastic participations. Finally, I express my heartfelt gratitude to every dignitaries, collaborators, participants, sponsors, well-wishers, and support whose presence and contribution have made today's inaugural ceremony a memorable success. With best wishes for a highly enriching and productive and successful faculty development program, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you all for your gracious presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nitesh Kumar Singh, for the gracious vote of thanks. With this, we formally conclude the inaugural ceremony of the 5-day International Faculty Development Program on Frontiers in Bioinnovation, Innovations in Bioengineering, and Biopharmaceuticals for Healthcare Industry and Sustainability. We once again extend our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Honorable Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dean, distinguished dignitaries, invited guests, speakers, participants, and the organizing committee for making this inaugural session a grand success. We will now move over to our first technical session, which was scheduled to begin around 10:30. I apologize profusely for a little bit of delay in starting the technical sessions. We request the participants to remain connected as we welcome our first distinguished speaker, Dr. Sanjeev Nara, Assistant Professor, IIT Mandi, who will deliver an expert lecture on AI and machine learning for neuroimaging. Thank you all, and let us continue this exciting journey of learning, innovation, and collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the technical session of the 5-day International Faculty Development Program. It is truly encouraging to witness such enthusiastic participation from academia, research organizations, healthcare professionals, and industry experts. We are confident that today's sessions will provide valuable scientific insights, encourage interdisciplinary collaboration, and stimulate innovative thinking. Without further delay, let us begin our first technical session with our first esteemed speaker, Dr. Sanjeev Nara. It is my distinct privilege to introduce our first speaker of the day. We are honored to have Dr. Sanjeev Nara, Assistant Professor from the Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, with us. Dr. Nara is a cognitive neuroscientist with a background in biomedical engineering. He is currently working as an assistant professor at the School of Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Mandi. Dr. Nara obtained his PhD in cognitive neuroscience from the Basque Center on Cognition, Brain and Language, BSBL, San Sebastian, Spain. During his PhD, he was a visiting student at ULB Brussels, Belgium, and FU Berlin, Germany. After completing his PhD, he has served as a research fellow at the Mathematical Institute, Justus Liebig University, Gießen, Germany. Dr. Nara also worked as a data scientist in the Adaptive Mind Research Consortium. His research interests include predictive coding, visual perception, linguistic perception, and developing diagnostic tools and interventions for children with neurodevelopmental disorders. He combines cutting-edge neuroimaging tools such as magnetoencephalography, MEG, electroencephalography, and functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, with the state-of-the-art data analysis approaches, including multivariate decoding, representational similarity analysis, machine learning, and deep neural network modeling. Today, he will share the insights on AI and machine learning for neuroimaging. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is our great pleasure to welcome you to this FDP. We sincerely thank you, Dr. Nara, for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time to interact with all the participants. We now request you to kindly deliver your expert talk and enlighten our participants. The platform is all yours, sir. Thank you.
Am I audible? Thanks, Dr. for such a nice introduction. First, thank the organizers for this kind of invitation. Right, now I request permission to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, the screen is visible.
Yeah, great. So thanks again for the nice introduction. And as most of you are aware, Sanjeev Nara, currently working as an assistant professor at IIT Mandi. Here I for Nara level computational cognition, where we try to understand the biological brain and the artificial models of the brain functioning right under the footprints of the Himalayas. So in today's talk, I will give you a brief overview of some of what I've done in the last couple of years, focusing on AI and ML for neuroscience and neuroimaging. Yeah, most of us know that many of the current architectures which we are using, especially in the domain of deep neural networks, such as convolution neural networks, recurrent neural networks, they are inspired from the human brain. For example, convolution neural networks, they are feed-forward driven, right? And they mimic the functioning of human visual ventral stream. Similarly, there are attention networks which mimic the human dorsal visual stream. Such examples. So we all must agree that AI is being inspired from neuroscience. But nowadays, can we use AI to go hand in hand with the neuroscience and use it as a tool for understanding the neuroscience? Here, talking about human brain and neuroimaging, human brain, as claimed by the human brain, right, it is one of the most efficient machines we have on this planet. Just imagine the kind of information it stores. You remember your childhood friends, you remember the languages you have learned, a lot of people, a lot of incidents, right? And we do a lot of parallel processing. I'm giving a talk now. I'm making a movement with my hands, right? And I'm thinking what I need to speak next, right? So a lot of parallel processing is going on. And if somehow we crack this neural code, that how the human brain is storing such an enormous amount of information and how it retrieves it so fast, as well as how it does the parallel processing, we will be able to design machines which will be very efficient, very quick, and we can store a lot of data. When we talk about cracking this neural code, there are two types of imaging techniques broadly classified. First are the structural imaging techniques, which talk about the structure of the brain, right? If I want to understand which brain area is this, I will go for something called a structural MRI. If I want to look for different tissue densities, I will go for computed tomography. And if I want to understand different tracks, right, how a human brain is structurally connected to each and other areas, I will go for a DTI imaging, which is called diffuser tensor imaging. Similarly, right, so if I want to understand the functions, right, functional imaging in the brain, I would either go for electroencephalography, which measures the electrical activity in the human brain, magnetoencephalography, which measures the magnetic activity being produced by all the neuronal activity, and measure the magnetic field. Similarly, we just want to look for the cortical flow, we go for functional near infrared spectroscopy. And similarly, if I'm functions, how different brain areas are connected functionally, right? I would go for functional MR. And today's talk is mainly focused on my previous work, which uses EEG, MEG, and functional MR. Start with this, right? First, we will talk about how to use machine learning for neuroimaging. There are generally two types of brain models, called decoding models and another called encoding models. Just to give you a brief overview, right? For example, if I say this, I am hungry, I read this, right? So one encoding model would be I scan the whole brain through any neuroimaging modality and I try to locate where is the neural representations of this particular stimulus. That will be called my encoding model. If I do the other way around, right? If I just look at the signal and try to decode or try to figure it out that which signals or which patterns of neural activity belong to this particular stimulus, then it will be called a decoding model. So most of my talk will be focused on the decoding model, right? Now, event-related potentials, these are like the classical ways to look for the event-related potentials, right? We generally average a lot of like trials. For example, if we're going to look for what are the neural correlates of face perception. In this case, I have simulated one example for my face only, right? The problem with event potential is we need a lot of trial. And the benefit is averaging eliminates random noise while retaining the stereotypical response to one particular event, right? We first cut the data into different segments, which are called epochs, followed with a stimulus, and then average across all the epochs, right? This results in event-related potentials, which are standard biomarkers. For example, there is something called P100, that is the first response of the human brain around 100 milliseconds after this is something, right? And then there is something called PN170, that is first negative peak at 100 millisecond, 170 milliseconds after you see a one particular phase, right? Now, getting smoother ERPs may require many stimulus repetition. Here is a simulated example where we recorded EEG for my face only, right? And here you see this is how the trial looks when it's a one single trial. Now we will see how does these patterns change. If I average across 5 trials, the pattern starts changing, and after 50 trials, I see a very strong N170 response here. So this is the first negative response compared to the baseline, peaking at 170 milliseconds. But do we have that much of aim and computational expertise to record so many trials for one particular phase, right? If I need to do like 100 phases, right? Then I will need around 5 lakh of trials, which is almost impossible while we while we do the human face processing, right? Now, what is multivariate decoding then? In the univariate decoding, right, we consider each and every feature separately. For example, the N170 response I showed you, this is basically the average across the occipital channels on the back side of the head, right? The activity taken from there only shows N170 response, not the front one or the temporal one, right? However, in multivariate analysis, right, such as decoding, it considers all the features at the same time. So it does not specify whether we want to look into the occipital areas, temporal areas, mental areas. It looks on the whole brain, right? Univariate analysis often miss these subtle differences in the response patterns. Since we are doing averaging across a lot of trials, many small level changes, right, which are like time and phase block to stimulus, they are often washed out because of the averaging effect, right? In multivariate analysis, we can make such patterns, pattern difference visible. Now, the question comes, how does this decoding work, right? So the objective here is to find out whether response pattern difference reliably between conditions or not, right? The easiest strategy would be, rather than doing it ourselves, we train a computer to discriminate the patterns and then test it on an independent data. And the simplest solution is a correlation classification. What is a correlation classification? Let's assume the logic here is, if the within class correlation via runs is higher than the between class correlation, the classes are distinguished. Let's take an example. This is like a famous paper from James Hexby in 2008, where he presented a lot of faces to the participants, lot of houses with the same participants. He did fMRI scanning. Now, he divided all the data into even runs and the odd runs. When he correlated the even runs with the odd runs, when you correlate the pattern of face to a face, that shows a higher correlation compared to when you correlate a face to a house or the other way around. Similarly, when you correlate a house with a house, it shows there is a high correlation compared to when you correlate the house with a face. Now, what does this mean? That means there are at least some patterns which are similar or common in different conditions, right? And if this is so, that means these patterns are distinguishable. For this, we definitely need some sort of chunking where we divide all the data into two halves. Now, the problem here is there is no weighting of real features. We know that there is high correlation, there is some sort of distinguishable pattern, but we don't know, sorry, what the pattern is. Therefore, this is not some sort of real decoding, and we need to have methods where real feature decoding is preferred, right? Now, how does this decoding work? Again, let's assume we took EEG data. On one dimension we have the time points, on another dimension we have the number of channels. These channels are varying based on different number of electrodes which we are using. For example, if we are recording using 8 channels, we will have 8 time series. If we are going for 16, 32, 24, 28, depending on the configuration or equipment we have, this number of channels will change. Now on y-axis we will have the timing. This will depend on the sampling frequency. Let's assume if we sample at 1 kilohertz, we will have 1000 samples here, right? And let's assume we take just one time point right here, and this is the kind of pattern we will have. Now, if we take a simple classifier for decoding males versus female, right, we will take data from some of the brain areas, right? And this is how the pattern will look like. Right? Now, we will train the classifier. Who is this person? Is this a male or a female? We tell the classifier that no, the patterns of this particular face, right, that belong to the male category. Similarly, a female one, right? And if we keep on doing it iteratively for many faces and having many patterns, right, then the classifier will try to understand, right, which patterns lead to the male, which patterns lead to a female face. Now, once this model is trained, right, we use a test data which the classifier has not seen yet, and we ask whether it's a male or a female, right? Now, the classifier will use some sort of strategy to discriminate and give us a decision. There are different ways the way classifier does that, and the easiest ones are nearest neighbor classifier. For example, the basic idea is if you have things which are very similar to you, they will be in the same class, right? And for example, if you want to test where is this data point, if I take the neighbors, it has, let's say, 3 neighbors, neighbor 1, neighbor 2, and neighbor 3. Two of the neighbors belong to the green class. So we assume that this data set belongs to the green class. If we go for this purple class, here 1, 2, 3, all 3 neighbors are purple class, right? And with that, this is computing. But this method often doesn't care for extreme values or even the outliers. For example, this particular case where all the neighbors are purple, but it's still a green class. Now it depends on how many factors, how many neighbors we choose. These classifiers are very good, right? Because they are very fast. There are no underlying computations behind that. The only thing they are computing is the distance to a neighbor. But these classifiers are not very accurate, right? So this is, you have to find a trade-off. If your goal is to have a better accuracy or you want a faster computation, right? There are other linear methods such as support vector machines where the classifier tries to like design a decision boundary which separates both the classes in a maximal manner. This is like a linear SVM. There could be non-linear boundaries as well, right? And I'm not going into the mathematical formations given the shortage of time amount we have. But these are also one of the best classifiers which are used for doing this kind of process, right? Now, let's say our classifier has learned now, has made this boundary, right? If we ask this whether it's a male or female, if the classifier says this is a female, right? That means it's giving us a correct response. Now, if I do it for different faces, right, I can compute the decoding accuracy and 50% here because there are two possible outcomes, male or female. Even if the classifier is not doing anything, right, or not performing well, we call it like a chance level. And for two class decoding, it will be 50%. If your classifier is performing around 50% or below that, that means at least decoding is not happening, right? And if it's more than that, right, when you compare it against the chance level, if it's more and it's significant across participants, right, that will be our significant decoding. Now, the question is where to look. Here in the previous example, we randomly selected one time point, right? But we don't know where to look in the data, which time patterns we should look for. So the strategy here is repeated executions of analysis in the local environment. That is, if we take fMRI, we go for sphere or voxels or different EEG channels, and then mapping these results to the center of the environment, right? So here we try to find one pattern and we rotate it across the whole brain, right? To see if there are similar patterns which could discriminate between two classes, right? And in the end, where voxels which shows high decoding, they are color coded like red. Those who show chance level, they are like grayish, and those who don't, even below chance level, they are like the greenish effects, right? So here, by this way, I can understand that these are the brain areas, right, across the whole brain, right, which are contributing to decode between two different classes. Here in our example, it was faces versus houses. Now, as I mentioned in my second slide, that we will be mainly talking about methods which are focusing on temporal dynamics, such as EEG and MAG. Now, there are different names which you will find in the literature. It's called temporal decoding, time resolved decoding, and searchlight across time. All these methods mean the same thing, right? For example, if I want to find the discriminative patterns for houses and faces, what I will do, I will take a neuroimaging modality, let's say EEG or MEG, right? And will present a lot of faces, lot of houses. So the three-dimensional data structure I will have will be number of trials that will keep an account how many faces and how many houses I have presented, the number of channels right? Depending on the modality, whether it's 32, 64, 128, whatever the number of channels are. And the time points, depending on the sampling frequency, it will have different time points, right? If I slice this three-dimensional structure into two dimensions at time point t, right? So on this, I will have only two dimensions, trials and channels. And if I give it to a classifier, right, which will try to discriminate the houses versus faces, will give me a decoding accuracy. And if I do it for first time point, second time point, third time point, and keep on iterating it over time, right, I will get a smoother curve like this, right? I would like to state that this is not a ERP, this is a decoding plot where I see that 0 is the time point where I present my house or a face, right? And before 0 is anything when there was not present anything. So my classifier is wandering around chance level, which is 0.5 in case of 2 plus decoding, right? And here also I see that the classifier is peaking around 170 milliseconds, reflecting the typical phase response. But then it also shows that it goes down a little bit, and then there is some sort of recurrent processing happening again. And these kind of representations about houses versus faces can be decoded up to 1400 milliseconds after you see any face or a house, right? So this is very interesting here. I will show a couple of applications here, how we use this technique to resolve, to understand how cognitive processes they unfold over time, right? So just coming back to our previous example, if I just do it across all the time points, I will get a decoding curve like this, where I can see where what time point, right, these two cognitive processes, they differ the most, right? Now, this is one of my own studies, which I published in 2023. And here we took two types of stimulus. First, we took numbers and letters. That too, we presented the participant as a single number, 4, 5, 6, something like that, single string, which could be like A, C, D, F, L, S, right? And strings in group of numbers. The group of strings could be 26158, 33715. It would be ASIMA, ASIMA, BOIRA. These words are basically pseudo words, right? They don't have any meaning. Now, also, the classical way to understand numeracy and literacy is we compare them with the false forms. For example, this is 1. We take the same similar features and try to create 1. Similarly, 2, this is seems like a 2, right? So here we are keeping the shape very similar, but the content is completely different. Similarly for the letters, right? A, B, C, D. So we have numbers, false numbers, letters, and false letters. That too presented in the experiment 1 as single letters and presented as a group of strings as the experiment 2. Can anyone guess which should be represented stronger? Single numbers or string of numbers? Should I expect a response? Anyone? Okay, so one of the things what we discovered here when we try to decode numbers versus false numbers, right? They are represented in the single case the strongest, right? Compared to letters versus false letters, which are shown in the red figure, and the numbers versus letters, they are shown like varying just above the chance level, which is like 0.5 here. Now, if we look here, the decoding accuracy before 0, right, when we have not presented anything, that is still wandering around chance level, showing the robustness of our analysis, right? But once we move to the second experiment, this effect is completely reversed. Here, the letters versus false letters, which is shown in this yellowish versus yellowish or golden line, right? Compared to this pinkish line, which is represented less stronger compared to this numbers below. Now, what could be a reason for this? Right? This reason, the reasoning behind this kind of cognitive process is coming from our brain. As I believe in like predictive coding, human brain keeps on learning the day we are born till the day we die. It keeps on updating the model, right, through random computations we see, through the stimulus we see, in environment around us, right? And our brain is trained to process numbers as single numbers. We say room number 10, room number 100. I will barely say room number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Or the strings there, the brain is already tuned to process that the names. I don't never say my name is Sanjeev, right? I always say my brain is Sanjeev, right? My name is Sanjeev, right? So here the human brain is already tuned to process numbers as singles and letters as group of strings, and that's what we see here in this kind of effect. Right? Now we did another experiment and we published it in 2024. Here we wanted to see the effect of speech production, right? So what we did, we had two blocks. One is called picture naming task, where there were a lot of grayscale pictures which are coming, and many a times the change around 10% of the trials, right? The color of the picture will change, and the participant, they have to speak it loudly. Now there were two different blocks. One was a Spanish block, another was a Basque block. Right, since I did my PhD in Donostia, Spain, that these were the two dominating language they used to speak. Right, now just imagine they are not speaking, but they are just ready to speak. Right, the name of this kind of word. Right, and around 90% of the trials they don't speak anything, but they are prepared to do so. Similarly, for the word reading, right? So the word, it will appear, right, and they have to name it in 10% of the trial if the color changes, again in two different blocks. Now if we look here, we are the participants, they were not speaking anything, they were just prepared to speak in two different languages, right? This is a very small effect, right? Because here the visual content is similar. If I say into Hindi versus English, in English also this is like a horse, in Hindi this is a ghoda, the visual content is same, but the way the brain is prepared to name it, is it same across languages, or it is a distinguishable pattern. Similarly for the word reading, right? Here, first I would like to show the power of machine learning. Here, this is the univariate analysis. We have done all the possible examples we could have done, right? All the combinations. We took occipital channels, we took temporal channels, we averaged across trials, whatever we could have done. There were no significant effects, right? And then we used time resolved decoding here, although it shows a change in 5% only from 0.5, which is chance level before we presented as a stimulus. We clearly see that the picture naming started to emerge around 170 to 180 milliseconds post the stimulus, where and the word reading starts later than the picture. That means the human brain that processes picture first, right, compared to the reading patterns. And here, this kind of decoding is sustained up to 1000 milliseconds after we presented a word. Now, this looks very nice and fascinating, right? That we were able to get some results. But as a scientist, it's always to be critical about your own work. What if we should be very interested in understanding where are these patterns coming from, right? What if this is just some sort of random noise which the classifier is picking, right? All these machine learning methods, they are way too like sensitive to the noise, right? So for doing this kind of method, right, there is something called searchlight across space, where rather than looking in time, we look in the human brain space. Where is this discriminatory pattern coming from? Coming back to the same example, faces, houses, this is the three-dimensional data, but this time I won't slice it across time. I will slice it across channels. Channel 1, I use this kind of 2-dimension, which will be all the time, all the trials. I use it for decoding. We'll get a decoding accuracy like this. And if I do for channel 1, channel 2, channel 3 on the whole brain, and if I plot over it, I will get a top of plot, something like this. Here, this is it's color coded in red and blue. Whatever seems to be red is a higher decoding, and all these asterisks, the black dots here, right, they show the significant channels which were contributing maximum to this kind of decoding accuracy. Coming back to our same question, right? Here we were, I'm so proud to say this. This is the first kind of non-invasive study which shows that the decoding effect we were having, that is mainly coming from two different hemispheres. For picture naming, the effect is coming from the right hemisphere. However, for word reading, the effect is coming from the left hemisphere. And this is classical psychology, right? Here we believe that, it's already established through invasive studies where people have shown that your picture naming is right localized, and since visual word form area lies in the left hemisphere, that word reading is more left localized. And this is, we have shown this non-invasively, right? By these two methods, I have already shown, right, that we could discriminate between space and time. But what about generalization, right? Here, there is another method which is called temporal generalization, where we train a decoder at each and every time point, and we try to find if there is a similar pattern, and we test all these classifiers on the same time point. This is a classical example where it shows there are two tones, a long tone and a short tone, right? And it's clearly dominant that there is some sort of recurrent processing happening in the brain. So if our research questions are about both space and time and what type of processing is happening in the brain, then we use this kind of methods. And these are a couple of classical simulations which shows that if there is some sort of isolated processing, that means process A in the brain is completely unrelated to B, unrelated to C, we will see three different kind of patterns. It's a sustained action or sustained processing, we will see like this. If there is a chain reaction, right, that means process A or brain area A triggers B, B triggers C, C triggers D, we will see some sort of diagonal decoding. In case of recurrent or reactivated, we should see some patterns. There are oscillations, alpha, beta, gamma, right? We should see this kind of comp patterns. And if there's also a ramping effect, we'll see this kind of effect. If there is some sort of jittering going in the brain, right? We are not sure what the brain is processing, we will see some patterns like this. These were all linear methods and also like machine learning methods, right? But now we will move to a different domain, which is the deep neural networks, right? Deep neural networks. So because of the many reasons, till date, they are one of the best models mimicking the human brain activity, right? And they are, you don't have a limitation over the number of simulations you can do. If I start doing a face processing experiment with humans, I can keep maximum someone for 1 hour, 1.5 hour, 2 hours in my experiment. But with using deep neural networks, if I just want to do a simulation, I can do maybe 50,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion images. I can give it to my classifier and see how does the classifier process it, right? So now I will relate this to a cognitive process called visual preference. In day-to-day life, we go to like many different places, come across many scenes, and some of these scenes, right, they appear to be more beautiful than the other ones, right? Previous research has shown that there are different candidates, right, which there are differences in visual properties as well, which could discriminate between these kind of figures or pictures. But till date, we lack an understanding of overarching principles in the perceptual processing that shape aesthetic preferences, right? A very interesting proposal came from processing fluency theory, which says that the ease with which a stimulus can be analyzed in the visual system plays a critical role for the perceived beauty. It says the more easily a stimulus is processed in the brain, the more beautiful will appear. But how do we account for this fluency? There are different candidates such as symmetry and spatial integration. Today I will be talking about spatial integration only, right? So this is an image. Many of you would agree with me that this person is asking a lift from this car. Right? Now, if I break this into different parts, this person, it seems like he's giving a thumbs up, but doesn't give any information about asking for a lift. This is the car, and this is the road where this participant was. Right? None of them give information that the participant is asking for a lift. That means there is some sort of integration of different objects or features which give information to a new which give rise to a new information. And to quantify this, if I take the neural representations of this through any neuroimaging modality, let's say fMRI here, right? So if I take the representation for whole with sum of its parts, and if I do a correlation, if this correlation of whole with sum of its parts is low, that means there is high amount of integration present in the image, right? However, the other way around, if the correlation is high, that means the whole is very similar to its parts, right? There is less amount of integration present in the image. This has been validated several times through monkey studies, right? And even human studies. But there are many open questions in the domain. Can this sort of integrative processing in human visual cortex predict perceived beauty or visual preference? If yes, what type of features are integrated? Is it low-level features of an image, mid-level features, high-level features, or there is a complex feature space which we don't even understand, right? And does the artificial vision models, deep neural networks, integrate similar to biological model? That means we have always claimed that deep neural networks are derived from inspired from human brain functioning. If it is so, then this should also work in a similar manner. So this is classical paper, right, from James DiCarlo in 2014, where they have shown that the activity in the monkey's cortex, right, which represents V1, V2, and then these advanced processing areas, right, for the face perception. If we take this cognitive process, the stimulus first goes to this RGC, then lateral geniculate nucleus, right? From there it goes to V1, V2, V4, PIT, CIT, and AIT. Right? All this activity in all these areas is very similar to a VGG network, which represents like every block represents very simple information, right? So if we consider like 5 to 6 blocks, we can represent very similar dynamics, which is happening in the monkey brain compared to the human. Now, we took this opportunity and we first used the VGC16 neural network, right? You can use the neural network in two ways. First, as a engineer, you can use it, use to give a stimulus to this network. The output, it will tell you it's like an ocean, right? And you compute the decoding accuracy. That's fine. But as a scientist, it would be really interesting to understand what's going within each and every layer of the network. Now, since I told you about spatial integration, how do I tell deep neural network what is a spatial integration? So we came up with this very interesting idea. We divide each image into its two halves. This is first half, this is second half, and we covered it with complementary checkerboard patterns. So here you see this is visible here, this is blocked here, this is visible, right? That means if one type of information is present here, another type of information, another parts of the information is present here. If we now correlate the activations in a deep neural network for the whole to some of its two halves, right? And similar to the spatial integration in monkeys, if this correlation value is lower, that means there is high amount of integration present in the image. And if this correlation is higher, there is very low amount of integration present in this image, right? We tried different spatial scales. We tried 2 by 2, which is we just divide it into 4 quadrants. 4 by 4, where we divide it into 16 quadrants. 8 by 8, 16 by 16, and 32 by 30. So, I mean, the key idea behind the this work is this correlation and integration. If the correlation value is lower, we assume there is high amount of integration and the now we first did a behavioral study with the humans. We showed this kind of natural scenes, right? There were around 250 natural scenes. We only showed them for 50 milliseconds, right? Just imagine a blink of an eye, 50 milliseconds, we show an image, and then we ask our participants that whether you find it beautiful or not. So we recruited around 25 participants, right? And we did this experiment. Previous research has shown that even if we do such a brief presentation for 50 milliseconds, the human's brain is so proactive that it can even judge the beauty of such images in such a less time as well. What we found here, that here on y-axis, we have the correlation between integration measure for each and every image derived from deep neural networks and the beauty ratings. This is average beauty ratings for each and every image observed from human participants. So we have beauty ratings from humans we have beauty ratings from deep neural network. If we correlate them and we see the activity across each and every layer in the deep neural network, here we are saying that the integration measure with beauty ratings revealed a strong relationship between integration and perceived beauty, with correlations going as high as 0.6. And these dots here shows the statistical significance, and this color coding shows which spatial scale it belongs to. So it's clearly evident, right, that here the mid-level features, they are maximally correlated between the integration measure from deep neural networks and the beauty ratings. Also, the correlation value is strongest in intermediate to layer network layers, as I mentioned here, suggesting that integration over mid and high level features determine this kind of perceived beauty. Here, by these differences, we see that correlations were apparent across all spatial scales, but strongest for coarser scale with a decrease for 16 by 16 and 32 by 32 scale. Now, what we did, we wanted to see these are correlated, but how well a deep neural network could predict the perceived beauty for an individual image. So what we did, we trained a linear regression model where we took activity from all the deep 16 layers and we used them as predictors, right? And out of 250 images, we used 249 images to train the model and one image to test it, right? And if we do it for iteratively for each and every participant, we have predicted rating from deep neural network and real ratings from human observers. Now, if I correlate this, I see a very strong correlation here, right? And it's maximum for 8 by 8 scale, right? This means there's a high amount of similarity between the way deep neural networks is predicting the beauty of an image and the way human brain, the human observers, they have predicted. Now, this suggests that integration across large parts of the image is stronger predictor of perceived beauty than integration across very fine details, right? Now, this was the first experiment and we had only presented for 50 milliseconds. This time we chose 25 other participants, right? And we used the same data set, but this time we gave them extensive amount of time. Take as much time as you want so that they can evaluate the image in a very cognitive manner. Here, surprisingly, right, only mid and high level layers, like they show a very similar correlation values compared to the first experiment. We were expecting that these correlation values will be pretty low compared to the first experiment, but these are pretty similar, right? Similar trend was observed in the linear regression model, which we did. Now, a very interesting question and a critical question could be, maybe there is some biasness in our data, right? So this time we chose 250 images, completely different, 25 participants, again completely different. And this time we used different measures as well, such as simplicity and complexity, how simple the images are and how complex the images are. They also reported for the ordered, how ordered these images are or how unordered these images are. And again, the beauty. Even after increasing the complexity of this task, we received very similar results compared to our previous two experiments. So these three experiments were based on the natural scenes. But what will happen if we, rather than taking the natural scenes, we take images which are way too different in terms of their valence, arousal, and content? We came across OSS database and we used this. So here the images are completely different. Now, given the large variability in content and emotional valence, the question would be, can our integrative processing measure still predict perceived beauty ratings, right? And since this time it has a huge variance, right, in the data set, but still, right, we see that these mid and high level features, right, they still predict the perceived beauty. Similarly, in the kind of linear regression model we have. By these analysis, right, another critical question could be, is there any specific property of an image which is driving this kind of integration, such as the color, right? So maybe the color of the images is driving this kind of beauty perception. So what we did, we decolorize all the images, repeat the whole experiments and everything, but it shows very similar response. We did a luminance matching. We matched the luminance across all the images. We did a histogram matching. We did all the matched histogram, and as a test case, we changed all the pixel values. Now, if you see, you cannot recognize anything, right? And our integration measure fails here. That means it's not a random thing which is coming from all these features, but this is something actually which is doing this some sort of integration. We did a high pass, low pass, 90-degree flip, 180-degree flip, jumbling, and in all these processes, right, spatial integration measure could predict the perceived beauty. If I do all these all these like operations I have done, and I see it across layers, here even after doing all these operations, mid-level and high-level features only predict the perceived beauty. This is this pinkish like color scale shows the maximum correlation here, and not across only one study, across the all 4 studies I have shown, right? So by this, I am pretty sure I would have convinced you that the DNA-derived integration measure successfully predicted beauty ratings for all natural images. But the question comes, is it similar the way human brain does it? So we did a fMRI scanning where we showed, since in fMRI we cannot test as many as images we used with deep neural network, right? We had a limitation of around 1 hour in the scanner. So we only tested one spatial scale here, which was 2 by 2. Now we take the activity from the human brain from fMRI, and we take these multivoxel patterns for the whole, and it's 2 halves. Similarly, if we again correlate the neural representations of whole with some of its 2 halves, right? And if this correlation value is lower, there should be high integration. And conversely, if this correlation value is lower, right, this integration is if this correlation value is high, we should have a low amount of integration present in the image. So we took activity from 7 different brain areas. The early brain areas, which are V1, V2, V3, and V4, right? And the scene selective cortex, which is OPA, MPA, and PPA. Now here, only PPA, which is parahippocampal place area, that shows by a very high correlation between the integration measure derived from deep neural networks, right? Integration measure derived from neural activity this time, and the beauty ratings obtained from human observers. The question comes, is it similar to the deep neural networks? So what we did, we computed the activity in parahippocampus area, we correlated it with the activity in the deep neural network. And here also, it shows that the mid-level layers and the late-level layers, right, they only show strong correlations, right? So my fMRI result also shows that integrative processing in the scene selective cortex, specifically in PPA, predicts the aesthetic appeal of the natural images. Now, just to conclude, right, integration marks as a computational principle and shows that integration in artificial and biological vision determines beauty ratings across different tasks and different stimuli, where we changed our stimulus set, and different task demands, where we asked them to not only rate for beauty, but for 2 other parameters. Similarly, integration marks a computational principle that predisposes the aesthetic appeal of natural images and artworks, right? And initial representations of beauty are driven by perceptual attributes of the scene, not affected by timing, not affected by task, right? So due to the limitation of time, I little bit try to squeeze, right? And these are the 2 research papers which are already published. So we published in Science Advances a couple of years back, I think 2024, right? There, these are the QR codes. If anybody is interested, you can scan these and this will divert you to the paper. So we have recently published this year only, right? The paper which is titled Dynamic Neural Representations of Scene Beauty are relatively unaffected by stimulus timing and task, right? Here we have shown that whether you look at an image for a very long time versus a very short time, there are no differences. The cognitive processing is completely similar. Versus you even evaluate it for beauty versus you evaluate it for any other parameter, the neural dynamics is completely the same. That means beauty perception is not a cognitive process, not driven by the way you want to see. There is something inherent in the images which makes them look pretty beautiful, right? So on this note, I would like to thank you all, right? And I'm very open for the questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear participant, if you have any query, you can raise your hand or to ask your question. In the meanwhile, I would like to thank Nara sir for such an insightful and intellectually enriching presentation. Thank you very much, sir, for delivering such an insightful and engaging lecture on AI and machine learning for neuroimaging.
Thank you.
Your presentation provided a comprehensive overview of how AI and ML are revolutionizing the neuroimaging by enabling the advanced image analysis, the fMRI applications, and their real-world application and future perspective. You have shared to inspire our participants to explore the transformative potential of AI-driven approach in biomedical research and healthcare. So over to Nitesh sir, you can host. Okay, sir. So once again, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gaurav. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dear participant, if you have any query, you can unmute yourself or you can raise your hand. Or you can put your concern in the chat box also. The host will take your question from the chat box. If you have 1 or 2 questions, we will take.
Sir, one question from my side. So, sir, why is MEG generally more sensitive to tangential cortical currents, whereas EEG can detect both radial and tangential sources?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. There are two types of dipoles which is forming, right? So in case of EEG, the direction of the current, right, doesn't affect because it can propagate in all the directions. However, in MEG, all these currents, their magnetic field, if it's towards the cortical areas, it will come out of the brain magnetic field and will go from the other side. However, if your source is like this, it will within the brain, right, it will create a magnetic field which will go inside in the brain and will remain there only, right? But if this current will propagate on the another direction, right, it will be detected by the EEG.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? So, as a token of our gratitude for your valuable contribution to this International Faculty Development Program, we are pleased to present a digital memento. So, may I request Dr. Gaurav Kumar, Associate Professor and Head Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, Galgotia University, and co-convener of this FDP, to kindly present the digital memento virtually to our esteemed speaker.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Sanjeev, sir, as a token of gratitude and on the behalf of our department and school, I am honored to present you this digital memento on this for delivering such an insightful, informative and engaging session at this FTP.
Thank you
Kindly
so much,
accept,
Dr.
sir.
Gaurav. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again for your inspiring lecture, sir. We look forward to future academic collaboration with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next session. So it is now my pleasure to introduce our next eminent speaker. So we are privileged to welcome Professor Ravi Prakash Tewari, Professor at Motilal Nehru Institute of Technology, Prayagraj. Professor Ravi Prakash Tewari is a distinguished academician, researcher, and administrator, currently serving as a professor in the Department of Applied Mechanics and Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad, Prayagraj. He earned his BE from MMM Engineering College, Gorakhpur, and both his MTech and PhD from Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. With over 25 years of teaching and research experience, he has made a remarkable contribution to robotics, biomechanics, and biomedical engineering. Professor Tewari has published more than 100 research papers, supervised 10 PhD scholars, and over 80 MTech dissertations, and successfully led several nationally funded research and consultancy projects. His expertise has been instrumental in establishing the MTech Biomedical Engineering program and Advanced Biomedical Laboratories MNIT Allahabad, a fellow and member of several prestigious professional societies, including IEEE, the European Society of Biomechanics, the International Society of Biomechanics, and the Biomedical Engineering Society of India. Professor Tewari is also a brand ambassador of the Ministry of Education and a mentor for change under the Niti Aayog, recognizing his exceptional contribution to engineering, education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. It is indeed an honor to have you with us today. We now request you kindly share your valuable insight with all the participants. So the virtual platform is yours, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Nitesh ji.
Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you so much, Gaurav ji, for giving me this opportunity. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am able to share the screen. You can.
Yes, sir. You can share. There is a share button at the below. Yes, sir.
Okay. So before going into the details of I'm just not giving my research theme. I am just giving a brief idea about the innovations in biomedical engineering, bioengineering, and healthcare using AI. Before going into the details of this lecture, first I would like to introduce about this screen is visual IIHMF. No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The screen is visible, sir.
No, this screen I am sharing this. This one. Yes. So this is basically the IIHMF Innovation and Incubation Hub MNIT Foundation. It is a Section 8 company of MNIT, Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad. And I am one of the directors of that company. So I will just give you a quick overlook of this, what about IIHMF and what we are doing we are mainly focusing on healthcare, AI in healthcare, and Internet of Medical Things and other emerging areas also. So first, I will just give an overlook of about IIHMF. It is Innovation and Incubation Hub MNIT Foundation. It is a Section 8 company promoted by Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad, recognized as DST Nidhi ITBI by DST, and a startup start in UP incubator. So we are committed to build a vibrant innovation ecosystem that empowers entrepreneurs, nurtures startups, fosters research and innovation, and drives sustainable socio-economical growth. So what we are doing, we are our services and support is startup incubation, end-to-end incubation support for early stage startups, mentoring and guidance, expert mentorship for ideation, product development, business strategy and growth, industry connect, skill development, internship and projects. Recently, we have launched 3-4 internship programs for undergraduate students, and we are running AI internship programs at IIHMF, Internet of Things internship programs, bioinformatics, and other internship programs. We also support R&D and innovation support for research, prototyping, IPR filing, technology validation, and commercialization. We also connect investors with the startups and we are working in collaboration with government bodies, academic institutions, and ecosystem partners. So these are the some of the focus areas. You can see mainly that DST ITBI, Nidhi ITBI is mainly focused on healthcare and AI in healthcare and Internet of Medical Things. So we are having a state of art facilities, co-working space, incubation space, high-end labs and prototyping facilities, meeting and conference rooms, advanced computing and software tools, innovation studio and maker space. We have library and knowledge resources. So I would request all the faculty members as well as students to please visit IIHMF to promote a startup ecosystem in and around Uttar Pradesh. So students, startups, faculty members can also start their ventures. Industry professionals and entrepreneurs and innovators can also be benefited by this IIHMF facilities available at MNIT Allahabad. Now, this is all about IIHMF. So next I will come to the topic that I am going to present here. It is not a research topic. It is simply what you can do, what faculty members, researchers, and students can do. Innovation in bioengineering and healthcare using artificial intelligence. From data to diagnosis, how AI is reshaping the way we study engineering. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ,
Yes, sir.
अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो बता दीजिएगा
जी
गौरव
सर,
जी।
बिल्कुल सर, जी सर।
हाँ, how AI is reshaping the way we study engineers and heal the human body, as introduced by Dr. Gaurav. I am Professor Ravi Prakash Tewari from Department of Applied Mechanics, Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, also working as one of the directors of IIHMF. So this is a new era in medicine. Why this moment matters for engineers, clinicians, and researchers alike? Medicine used to be the art of intuition, but now it is the science of information. AI is no longer a futuristic concept. It is fast becoming an essential component of modern healthcare and bioengineering practice. This you might be knowing very well. So you might be knowing about the industrial revolution, industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0. So now industry 5.0 is coming into picture. So initially mechanization, steam power, weaving looms, that is industry 1.0. Then second revolution came mass production, assembly line, electrical energy. Third industrial revolution, automation, computers, electronics. And fourth, cyber physical systems, internet of things, networks, etc. Now internet of medical things, and sorry, internet of things, and in this we have internet of medical things also. We can connect instruments through internet. So this is the moment of bioengineering. What we can do: data at scale, imaging, genomic, sensor, electronic health record data are being generated faster than the human can manually analyze using AI. Compute and algorithms, deep learning architectures, and GPUs compute now make pattern discovery in because you might be knowing this biological system is very complex, and the data is also very complex, and sometimes it can be not analyzed by human beings manually. So third thing is the digital infrastructure. So Indian government is also planning to have this national initiatives like National Digital Health Mission are being building the connective tissue for AI enabled care. Workforce readiness. The
Hello, sir.
current and next.
Hello, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, your screen is not visible, sir.
Okay, so I have to stop this full screen mode. Okay. Now it is visible? No.
No, sir.
Okay. Just wait.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Now
sir.
it's now visible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, but slides are not moving. Now you just check it. It is moving.
It's moving, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Moving. Okay.
This we have already discussed, 4 industrial revolutions. This is the moment of bioengineering. This slide we are on the. This is the moment of for bioengineering. This slide you might be seeing this slide. Data at scale, compute and algorithms.
Yes, sir.
Fifth slide. We are on the fifth slide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the moment for bioengineering, data at scale, compute and algorithms, digital health infrastructure, and workforce readiness. The current and next generation of engineers and clinicians must build fluency in AI to lead, not just to adopt AI. Now we are on the sixth slide. Foundations, the AI landscape, building shared vocabulary between we explore applications. You can see, as you might be knowing, I did not to go into details, artificial intelligence, then the broad field of building system that performs tasks requiring human-like intelligence, machine learning, algorithms that learn pattern from data rather than following explicit rules, and deep learning, which is a subset of this, layered neural networks that decode complex and nonlinear patterns invisible to humans. Now I will come to the where AI fits. What is the data and what is no information, what is knowledge and what is wisdom. Yes, just a minute. Yes. Huh? Hello. Just a minute. Hello.
जी सर, जी सर.
Am I audible?
Yes sir, yes sir.
To some. So I am coming to this 8th slide. That is how the data, information, knowledge, and wisdom, and what is the role of AI, where AI fits. I will give you the details. Data means the raw data, a single number like 7. Information means data plus analysis for HB of 6 G per DL. Knowledge means information plus context plus experience. Wisdom means knowledge plus insight oblique judgment. Check for the source of blood loss or arrange blood for transfusion. This is the role of clinician. So where AI fits in this pyramid, data to wisdom, AI excels at converting raw data into structured information at scale. With enough context, it can approximate clinical knowledge. Wisdom, judgment under uncertainty still needs a human expert, that might be clinician in the loop. AI helps turn data into knowledge and wisdom, but only when guided by the context. This is the role of AI with healthcare. How neural networks decodes biology, you might be knowing there is an input layer, hidden layers, and output layers. So layered pattern recognition. Neural network pass data through interconnected layers of node, each learning to detect increasing abstract features from raw pixels. Previous speaker was telling a lot about this. From raw pixels or signals to disease relevant patterns. Patterns invisible to humans are now signals to machines. This is the special feature of deep learning and other AI techniques. So evidence-based versus intelligence-based medicine now. So what is evidence-based medicine? Grounded in published trials, guidelines, and meta-analysis. Population level recommendation. Relatively static updates and new studies are published. Well understood validation pathway. Now it is nearly replaced by the intelligence-based medicine, grounded in models trained on large and real-world data sets, can be personalized to the individual patients, continuously learns a new data arrives. As the new data arrives, requires new validation, transparency, and trust framework. Now I am on the 11th slide. The slides are moving now.
Yes sir.
So there are 3 pillars of medical AI. First one is the predictive AI. You can see the figure. Then in the predictive AI, early risk detection analyzed data to flagship or readmission risk hours before the clinical signals appear. So nowadays a lot of work is going on predictive healthcare using AI. Early detection of disease, patient risk stratification, clinical decision support, optimizing hospital operations, preventive health care, medical imaging, and diagnostics. Next is the generative AI, a streamlining documentation purpose, draft patient notes, discharge instructions for clinician review and editing. This is also AI is playing a significant role nowadays. So this is the AI, generative AI, enhanced medical scans, genetic data analysis, disease abnormality identification, automate the task, tailor treatment plans, etc., etc. And personalized recommendation for a patient. Next, third pillar is the embedded AI. In embedded AI, it is basically integrated device intelligence built directly into imaging system and diagnostic tools requiring high regulations. So in this we have enhanced diagnostic accuracy using embedded AI. Wearable, you might be knowing the watches and other things, wearable devices, health monitoring devices, real-time processing and improve real-time processing and improved data security. So all this comes under embedded AI. AI meets bioengineering, where computational intelligence is reshaping the engineering of biological system. AI meets the bioengineering. The landscape for bioengineering domains being transformed: medical imaging and diagnostics, biomaterials discovery, tissue engineering and bioprinting, prosthetics, robotics and BCI, that is brain computer interface, wearable sensors and monitoring, genomics and precision medicine. So I will not go into the details of this. Medical imaging and diagnostic AI. So in this we have convolution neural networks, speed and consistency, micro and nano characterization. So what is the caution we should take? Poor thresholding can produce error in the results. So human intervention is must for this. So human intervention is must when we are using for medical imaging and diagnosis. Everywhere human intervention or experts intervention is essential. The second domain is the biomaterials discovery and design with AI. Some of the experts from biomaterials background are here in this workshop. So in biomaterials discovery, we have generative material design, property prediction, bone and orthopedic materials and other implant materials, sustainable and piezo materials. You can see there is a cross bridge mapping between the artificial intelligence and biomaterials and medicines. So AI will help in disease prediction, medical imaging, drug discovery, multi-omics analysis, while this biomaterials is essential for health management, virtual assistance, smart diagnosis, and clinical supervision. So when we merge AIs with biomaterials, this is the domain 2 we are discussing, biomaterial discovery and design with AI. So these features are available with less cost. Otherwise we have to go for material selection, design, processing, all these things. So we can go for simple using AI, we can go for the prediction and what are the desired properties that are required for making a new biomaterial with biocompatibility and other features, replacing trial, error and experimentation work. This minimizes the cost of material development. Third is the tissue engineering, which is one of the emerging areas, tissue engineering and 3D printing. So print parameter optimizations, scaffold is, you might be knowing about the scaffold that is used for replacement of the diseased or damaged tissues. Scaffold architectural design, in process quality monitoring, predictive tissue maturation, all this is very emerging area and a lot of work is going on in tissue engineering and scaffold design. So a lot of innovation is possible in this area also using AI. So ML turns bioink composition, extrusion, speed and layer geometry to maximize cell viability and structural fidelity. Scaffold, we can design the scaffold. The scaffold is basically the temporary structure that is required to develop the artificial tissue. Generative design algorithm create porous scaffold geometry that balances the mechanical strength with nutrient diffusion for cell in growth. In process quality monitoring, Computer vision inspects prints in real time, flagging defects before a construct is fully fabricated. Predicting tissue maturation, models forecast how engineering tissues will be remodeled, mature, post-implantation, guiding design iterations. So these are the role of AI using in tissue engineering and 3D bioprinting. It will again minimize the cost as well as time for development of scaffold design, material, and other things. Now, a fourth domain of application of prosthetics, robotics, and brain-computer interface with AI. Adaptive prosthetic controls, that machine learning decodes EMG and neural signals to enable intuitions. I'm just telling you all these domains just to go and try to have an idea and try to innovate some new product, because much more things are to be done in this emerging areas, because prosthetic robotics and brain computer interface, a lot of innovations are possible. You can consult doctors, clinicians, or biological experts or industry experts and try to take any challenge and take this idea and convert this idea into innovation. Adaptive prosthetic control, this machine learning decodes EMG and neural signals to enable intuitive adaptive limb control. Similarly, in case of paralysis or polio, deep learning classifies neural activity patterns to translate intent into the device command for paralysis and neurological care. You can see the picture. Surgical and rehabilitation robotics, AI enhances precision in robotic surgery, and personalized rehabilitation robot assist to patient recovery in their disease cases. Signal processing at the edge. Embedded AI processes biosignal directly on device, enabling real-time responsiveness with low latency. So real-time signal processing and control is possible using this prosthetic in the field of prosthetics, robotics, and brain computer interface using AI. Now coming to the wearable sensors and continuous physiological monitoring. Continuous vital sign analysis, ML models on wearable detect arrhythmias, sleep disturbances, and early deterioration from the continuous streams. Remote patient monitoring is also possible using these wearable sensors. Biomechanical load sensing, sensor fusions combined with AI estimate loads on the joint, gait analysis outside the lab, informing injury prevention. Edge efficient models, lightweight neural networks are optimized to run on low power variable hardware without sacrificing the accuracy. This is the role of wearable sensors and physiological monitoring using AI. Genomics and precision medicine, this is also an emerging area, and a lot of work is with AI. So a lot of variant interpretation, personalized treatment selection, multi-omics integration, population scale screening, all is easily possible with the help of AI. Domain 7, which is also one of the drug discovery and drug drug release devices. AI accelerated drug discovery and drug delivery devices are also an emerging area of research, and a lot of work is required to be done. So in this, with the help of AI, we can go for virtual screening. AI screens vast compound library, computationally ranking candidates before any wet lab thesis. So we can analyze virtually, or we can screen virtually without using wet labs. Then generative molecule design. We can also, with the help of AI, we can go for the generative molecule design. And drug repurposing. AI identifies new therapeutic uses for already approved drugs, dramatically cutting development time and cost. Compressed discovery cycles, but that once took years of iterative screening can now be compressed into weeks of computational search using AI-driven drug discovery. Similarly, drug delivery devices are also easily controlled using AI. These are the domains. And now digital twins in bioengineering, you can see this figure, physical twin and digital twin. So the digital twins are basically simulation kind of things. So patient specific organ and tissue models, continuous model updating, faster design iteration, and in silico trials. So you can see physical twin and digital twin connection that will help in improvement of the patient specific models. So experiment or process performed entirely on the computers in case of digital twins and via computer simulation. So it will also save the cost as well as time for development, model development in the field of bioengineering. AI in clinical practices, from model to machine learning application, how AI is used at the bedside. You can see from machine learning to clinical applications, model families in use. You can see machine learning applications in diagnosis of medical images, discovery of drug manufacturing, disease identification and diagnosis, radiotherapy, smart healthcare, etc., etc. Model families in use. So CNN, natural language processing for clinical text, classical ML, SVM, decision trees, and other techniques, model families applied to real clinical questions, diagnosis, response to therapy, disease, course prediction, in case of epidemiology, and patient experience, supported by national digital infrastructure connecting citizens, doctors, and service providers together. Deep learning is decoding complex pattern discovery. Deep learning is decoding complex disease biology. So patterns invisible to human are now signals to machines. This is possible with the help of deep neural network techniques. And evidence-based medicine is augmented with this bioengineering. So intelligence-based medicine complements evidence-based medicine. So both, it is a combination of both by going beneath the surface of aggregate statistics to model the individual patient. So we can not deny completely the role of clinician or experts or doctors. While using only with the help of AI, we cannot go for the disease biology or healthcare or for bioengineering. So clinician, doctor, or the bioengineers or experts are essential required for the to combine the intelligence-based medicine with evidence-based medicine. Where the opportunities lies mapping the expanding surface area of AI in healthcare. So what are the opportunities in healthcare? Teamwork and decision making, collaboration, communication. It is multidisciplinary kind of thing. Collaboration, communication, coordination, appointments across care team, virtual health assistant 24/7 availability, increased accessibility, reminder and remote monitoring, technological advancements, self-monitoring, workflow control, image analysis, robotic surgery, VR simulation, etc. Drug development, virtual screening, discovery, candidate identification, and drug repurposing. Diagnosis and patient monitoring. This is also possible, or this is the opportunity in health AI of AI in healthcare. Personalized medicine, predictive and reduced cost, and effective patient care is possible with the integration of AI in healthcare. Cross-cutting innovations. Each opportunity, this is main focus. Each opportunity area reinforces the others. compounding value across the care path. So you can identify if you are having some idea, you can innovate a lot in the field of healthcare using AI. I will not go into the details of this. Now, evidence of scale. The global scale of clinical AI research is increasing day by day. You can see the statistics. So total abstracts scrapped, total studies in clinical AI, model development, and studies at the product level or mature development stage, comparative real world evaluation is around 10,000 plus. So AI efficiencies requires rigorous human verification, proper power with precision. So AI gives us power, but precision comes through human verification, rigorous human verification. Precision requires discipline. Clinical AI, power with precision. So what is the role of clinical AI? It reduces clerical load up to 30%, calibrate trust in predictive alerts, verify all primary sources. So responsible use of AI is must. Ethical concern to design for data protection, consent of the patient or stakeholders, and transparency, explaining AI decision-making process in terms of clinician and patient can understand. Now, barriers to overcome, challenges to adopt AI in healthcare. Number one, the data availability, quality, standardization, and interoperability across the system is must. We cannot use AI as a black box only. Black boxes, limited interpretability of complex model undermines clinical trust. Regulations are also required, evolving regulatory pathway by different regulatory agencies like Central Drug CDSCO, FDA, CE for software as a medical device. So regulatory compliance is must. Stakeholders aligning incentives across clinician, patients, payers, and developers. Workflow integrating AI tools without disturbing or disrupting established clinical and lab workflow. This is also essential. Skill set building, this is most important thing, building the literacy required to safely evaluate and deploy AI tools in healthcare. So 5 steps safe adoption checklist. Before you adopt AI in healthcare, run any AI tool through these 5 questions before it touches patient or research data. Is the tool validated in the peer-reviewed clinical studies? Is it regulatory clearance is there? Its regulatory clearance is there or not? Is there human in the loop oversight? Is documentation is transparent? Who is accountable if the software is failed? So all these things should be touched before you adopt any AI tool or software. Role and responsibilities, consumer, translator, developer model. Consumer, translator, and developer each need different fluency. Consumers need technical concept, appraisal skills. Translator bridges the validation and ethics between the two, consumer and the developer. Developer must build with ethics, appraisal, readiness in the mind, and evidence-based approach to AI education serves all three. 4 shared competency zones, technical concepts, ethics, validation, and appraisal from a shared ring of responsibility. No single role owns AI safely alone. So we have to fix the accountability on the role of each of the consumer, translator, and developer. Now reframing the relationship. You Your core advantage, the professional superpower. AI systems are powerful data processors, pattern recognition engines, missing real world context. This is the main limitation. You cannot replace human bone. Sorry, human bone, I am saying. Human brain or human expert, yeah, human intelligence. You provide clinical research, workflow understanding, patient and experimental experience insight, irreplaceable domain expertise. You must your most valuable asset is not technical powers but your deep and contextual knowledge of workflow and real world practice is important. This is for the medical experts. Building your AI ready skill set, competencies, roles, and a roadmap for continued learning. So every day new techniques are coming day by day, so we need to go for the continued learning. So 5 essential competencies for AI enabled professionals: AI literacy, understanding capabilities, limitations, ethics, bias and privacy, data fluency, grasp of data types, statistics and model performance metrics, analytical reasoning, sophisticated problem solving, and cost benefit assessment. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Then interdisciplinary, the most important thing, all discipline, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary communication, translating between the clinician, researchers, bioengineers, biotechnologists, biologists, doctors, all should come together and work and a technical team effectively. So to translate the technology, safety and ethics awareness, turning risk awareness into tangible safeguard in daily practices, and continuous learning, treating AI fluency as an ongoing practice, not a one-time course. So you need to update. Foundational competency, I will not go to this. So career landscape, what is the exploring AI career paths, the innovation spectrum, AI augmented clinicians, health data consultants, medical AI researchers, AI in medicine educators. In this, we have medical advisor, ethics and policy contributors, digital health experts, entrepreneurs and innovators, and clinical validation experts. So set goals, what you want to do with AI in healthcare, build the system and measure. Based on navigating AI, a quick start guide for the healthcare profession given by a journal in. So set the goal, read, research, hands-on learning or explore commercial ventures, identify resources, educational material, tools, hardware and data sets, create your roadmap, identify resources, set a budget, choose a language, practice coding, join communities and take an interperson or online course, measure success, short-term, long-term milestone and outcome metrics. So continued reading, as I have told you, it is must. So biomedical research in the AI era, bringing it back to multi-scale characterization and discovery. This is same, but some new features are there. AI augmented multi-scale characterization. In this, we have imaging pipelines. In this, microcity, FESM, CLSM dataset processes through AI-assisted segmentation. Then mechanical property mapping. ML models help interpret nano indentation and Raman spectroscopy data sets, flagging outlines and quality issues automatically. Network and connectomics analysis. Connectomics means connecting the network of the brain. And comparative statistical modeling. future directions. What are the future areas of research in AI driven bioengineering? Patient and sample specific digital twins, as I have told you about the digital twins, poroelastic and piezoelectric finite element models calibrated by AI to simulate individual tissue response under varied loading. This we can go using the computer simulation. Foundation models for biology, large pre-trained models for imaging omics data that can be sorry fine-tuned for bioengineering questions with limited data. So we can develop models also using AI driven bioengineering. Federated and privacy preservation learning, we have to learn this, training models across institutions without moving sensitive patient or specimen data offsite. Closer engineering in collaboration with clinicians. AI as a shared language accelerates translation from bench level bioengineering findings to bedside or clinician or hospital applications. Translating research into impact. This is the theme of this presentation. From lab scale bioengineering innovation to a self-sustainable venture. How to make a self-sustainable venture startup. So entrepreneurial characteristics for the researcher: always be risk taker, curious, perceptive, imaginative, persistent, and flexible and self-confident. These are the mindset required for entrepreneurial characteristics for researchers to come in the field of bioengineering research using AI. So you need to be risk taker, curious, perceptive, imaginative, persistent, and flexible and self-confident. So you have, if you want to build your startup, you need to have following characteristics. 4 stages of building a venture from research. You must be a dreamer. The idea is born from a research insight and a genuine passion for the problem. You need to identify the problem and try to develop idea and try to make the prototype of that. First, you have to think and you have to come with an idea for future developments. Architect, the dream is interpreted into a business model, the blueprint of the venture. Then builder, the dream first becomes reality. You need to develop a prototype using the different thinking, market survey and other things, a critical hands-on juncture for the venture. And cultivator, so the growth stage guiding the venture through successive levels. What is the self-sustainable? Suppose you want to be a self-sustainable incubator or some self-sustainable startup. So what is the what you need to do? First, you must have an idea, ideation, then go for the idea validation, then development and prototyping, then you will go for implementation and scaling up, market scaling, then monitor and evaluate or life cycle management. This is, you need to be self-sustainable. You may be incubator or a startup, you need to be a self-sustainable. The core idea is that no dependence on external fund or day-to-day operation, salaries, startup program or facility management. You should have your own funds. Identified diversified sources for funding startups, self-generated government and investors. Clarity on onboarding and exit of the startups across the program. So you have to plan from day one to make your incubator or your startup sustainable. Sustainability is a design choice, but not an afterthought. So you have to start with sustainability model. What is required for self-sustainable incubator? a clear plan of action for next 5 years at any point in time, a bioengineering incubator or TBI, winning away from that initial government funding over time, financial sustainability along with credibility and recognition in the research ecosystem. What we need to do, I'm talking in terms of Prayagraj and UP. So what we need to do, we need to develop a startup ecosystem with credibility and recognition in and around Uttar Pradesh that will help us in future in becoming self-sustainable. Key focus areas for a growing incubator: revenue, a multi-pronged break-even oriented model, programs relevant, iterating ecosystem facing investments, staggered disinvestment and investment synergy, corporates focus, trust building and sector partnership with corporate and industries, branding, a clear identity in technology and industry verticals, team. We need to develop a good team with expert support, new business models like co-incubation, co-creation, venture studios, etc. Key partnership synergies for a research incubator. Host institute gives lab facilities, student interns freedom to operate, gets funding from different funding sources. Corporates give strategic advisory, pilots, tech mentors, and CSR funds, get innovation aligned to business and ground level CSR impact. Investors give investment, co-investment, and follow-on funding, get a curated pipeline of investment ready de-risked startups. Mentors, what is the role of mentor? Gives domain expertise, hands-on coaching, gets a stake in the ecosystem, angels, deals, and success fees. So what we need to do, we try to develop, suppose if you are interested in startups, so you take help of host institution, corporates, investors, mentors through your incubator. So you need to make a proposal for funding involving host institute, in corporates, industries, investors, and you also take help from mentors, because nowadays ANRF, when you are going to submit a proposal in ANRF, they are asking for industrial or corporate partners, investors, everything. So you need to work on all these things before submitting any research proposal. Practical pathways, these are the some of the government funding mechanisms you might be knowing, and this BIREC is also funding the startups. So I will not go into this, we have already discussed. So in summary, what are the 5 key takeaways from this presentation or this lecture? AI turns raw data into information, then to knowledge, and with human context, wisdom. That is useful data comes to you for clinical analysis or any other purpose. Next key takeaway is bioengineering domains from imaging to biomaterials to prosthetics are all being reshaped by AI, as we have already discussed. Predictive, generative, and embedded AI each plays a distinct clinical role, as we have already discussed. Now, coming to the precision demands verification, calibration, trust, protect data, and verify sources. So this is also essential. Your domain expertise, not technical prowess alone, is the irreplaceable advantage. So these are the 5 key takeaways from this lecture or presentation, you can say. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Ravi Prakash Tewari, sir, for delivering such an insightful and inspiring lecture on engineering and healthcare using artificial intelligence. Your presentation brilliantly illustrated how AI is reshaping the landscape of bioengineering and modern healthcare. to intelligent diagnostic, predictive analytics, medicine, biomedical imaging, smart health, data-driven clinical decision making. The innovative application and interdisciplinary perspective you share highlight the immense potential of AI to address the complex medical challenges and accelerate the development of next generation. Uh, The practical examples, emerging research trends, future direction discussion, lecture, and inspiration for advanced research, technical
मैडम नमस्ते।
नमस्ते रवि प्रकाश जी, आपका लेक्चर तो बहुत अच्छा है। रियली एंजॉयड योर
मैडम
लेक्चर।
आपके स्टूडेंट हम लोग रहे, आप ही से सीखा है सब हम लोगों ने।
नहीं, इट वाज सो नाइस, सो इट वाज वेरी इंफॉर्मेटिव और बहुत ही रियली आई वाज वेरी इम्प्रेस्ड बाय योर लेक्चर। इट वाज रियली वेरी
थैंक यू
गुड।
सो मच मैडम, सब आप ही
हाँ
के आशीर्वाद है मैडम, आप ही
हाँ,
से सीखा
बस
हम लोग।
मेरा आशीर्वाद
मैडम
हमेशा रहेगा आप लोगों के साथ, इसीलिए
मैडम
तो
आएंगे
लगे
तो
हुए
इस
हैं।
बार मिलेंगे भी आपसे।
हाँ प्लीज आइए।
थैंक यू सो मच।
हाँ,
एनी
थैंक यू रवि
क्वेश्चंस?
प्रकाश। बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत अच्छा आपने, कंप्लीट था। इट वाज अ वेरी कंप्लीट फॉर दोज हु वांट टू वर्क इन दिस फील्ड। द इंफॉर्मेशन वाज एब्सोल्युटली कंप्लीट। सो थैंक यू सो मच रवि प्रकाश जी, डॉक्टर रवि प्रकाश।
participant, if you have any question, please raise your hand. So, sir, there's one question. So, does
So I
CDF?
would request Dr. Nitesh ji, I would request the students and faculty members, if they are interested in doing something, we can go for signing an MOU with your university, and we can go for the co-incubation also.
Okay,
Recently, we have signed an MOU with this Greater Noida Institute of Technology just for clinical trials and other things, because we are mainly working in the area of healthcare and Internet of Medical Things. We are also having this 5G lab funded by Government of India. So we are also working on Internet of Medical Things. So I would request all of you, we can go for signing. We are ready to sign MOU with your innovation center, and we can go for future co-incubation or clinical trials or anything else that is required for the benefit of both of us.
Very good
yes,
idea, Dr. Ravi Prakash. Really, it will be too nice if we collaborate with MNIT Allahabad. That will be nice for us. And in our here, GU also, it is doing very good in this respect in innovation.
Yes, madam.
It,
Yes,
हाँ,
madam.
so
Thank you so much.
हाँ,
so, as a token of appreciation of your outstanding contribution to this international faculty development program, we are pleased to present a digital memento. May I request Professor Ranjana Patnaik, ex-Dean of School of Biomedical Science, Galgotia Institute, kindly present the digital memento virtually to our esteemed speaker. Just
Dr. Ravi Prakash, on behalf of SBT, School of Biosciences and Technology, Galgutias University, you please accept this memento for
Thank
your
you so
nice
much, madam. Thank
presentation.
you so much, madam.
Thank you so much. Very good.
Now, Dr. Nitesh, may I
Dr.
leave?
Sir? Yes, sir, you can. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch, and our next technical session will commence at 1:30 p.m. We kindly request all participants to rejoin the online session on time, and so that we can begin the program promptly. Thank you and enjoy your lunch break. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you all back after the lunch break. I hope you had refreshing break, and we shall now begin our technical session. I request all participants to kindly join the session as we proceed with this program, and it is now a pleasure to invite our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Chandan Kumar. So, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Chandan Kumar, Assistant Professor and Dean Academics, Supaul College of Engineering. And Dr. Chandan Kumar is an assistant professor in the Department of Electronic and Communication Engineering and Dean Academics at Supaul College of Engineering, Bihar, India. He received his MTech degree in Microelectronics and VLSI from National Institute of Technology, Durgapur in 2014 and his PhD in Electronics Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Varanasi in 2018. Following his doctoral studies, he worked as an institute postdoctoral fellow at IIT Bombay and as a JSPS postdoctoral fellow at Nara Institute of Science and Technology, Japan. Dr. Kumar research interests include flexible electronics, optoelectronics device, thin film transistor, photodetectors, electronic sensors, and photovoltaic device. He has authored numerous research articles in reputed journals and conference proceedings and has contributed as a reviewer for leading journal published by IEEE, Xavier, Springer, Nature, ACS, and Whaley. He is a senior member of IEEE and actively participates in academic and professional activities related to the engineering, education, research, innovation. His research work focuses on developing high-performance flexible electronic and optoelectronic devices for next-generation sensing, energy harvesting, and wearable applications. Thank you for joining us today. We request you to kindly deliver your expert lectures. The virtual platform is now yours, sir. Thank you, sir.
I am audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you for introduction. It's very nice. I think the screen is perfectly visible.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a post-lunch session, so I think it's some difficulty for many participants. So, however, I will try to make this presentation very attentive. So, we will just brief about different sensing systems that can be used for healthcare system. So, myself, Dr. Chandan Kumar, currently Dean Academic and Head of Research and Consultancy at Supaul College of Engineering. In this talk, I will discuss about thin film-based electronic sensors for healthcare systems. So this is my journey. So from starting from BTech to MTech and then PhD, and then postdoc, I travel many parts of India and abroad. So this is some exposure to the different countries. This is my research achievements. So this is some contribution to the academics. So now we come to our talk. So thin film electronic devices prototype are normally developed for the different healthcare system. So in this talk, we'll discuss the sensor systems that was used for gas sensors, heavy ion detectors, photo detectors, and biosensors. So one by one, we will discuss these four different sensing systems that will be used for the different part of healthcare systems. So this is the outline of the talk. So first we will discuss about commercial sensor, then sensing mechanism, then thin film based electronic sensor that include gas sensors, pH sensors, heavy metal ion sensor, light sensors, biosensor, and finally we conclude it. So this is the development of electronic devices. So when we talk about sensor, that is electronic sensor, that all are based on the electronic devices, and that parameters are changed based on the analyte that is need to be sensed. So we must start with the basics, that is the concept of electronic devices. The first point contact rectifier concept was given in 1874. After that, time to time, the development is coming, and thin film devices come in the era of 90s, 50 after 1950. So thin film transistor developed in 1961, and then nowadays polymers, different type of devices are developed. This was the time frame. So these are the different device structure that is normally used for the sensor structures. We can use metal semiconductor, metal structures, or maybe short contact, PN junction, MIS or capacitor structures, PN structure, field effect transistor, or bipolar transistor. These are most commonly used device structure which is used for the sensors. These are some commercial sensors. Sensors are employed for the effective detection of lights at their low concentration. So for low concentration, different sensors are used, maybe for humidity, for touch, maybe for temperatures, maybe for heart detections, maybe some others disease. These all sensors, including gas sensors, light sensors, these can be implemented for the healthcare systems. The major parameters of sensors are sensitivity. The sensors should be of high sensitivity. Selectivity, it's a good selectivity. Detection limited, sensor can should detect lower concentration of that lights. Responsivity and response and recovery time. So sensor can respond fastly and recover fastly. Stability and lifetime. The sensor should be stable and has a good lifetime. This is the mechanism of sensing. So sensing mechanism is similar to the human nose that smell. Human can sense a smell using their nose. Similar behavior is similar functionality is done by sensors. So smelling is done by nose. So for that purpose, we develop electronic devices. So that electronic devices, there is a change in the conductivity of semiconductor, and that gives a change in current or maybe in voltage. So further, when a smell is analyzed using brain, and here in devices, the analysis is done through the data processing. Then comparison of data by the neural system, and finally we got a result, a comparison of sensor data. So these are some sensing circuits. So when we working on sensors, so we have to convert the change in current or voltage to the measurable quantity. For that purpose, we use the different comparator circuits or data acquisition systems, or sometimes data analyzing, comparison, or sometimes we digitalize that signals into measurable data sets. So first of all, we will discuss with this two-terminal devices, that is MSM diode. This MSM diode is the two-terminal devices. That is one terminal should be from this side and another can be from this side. So when the any analyte is incidents on that, so that is semiconductor between these two contact is changed in their conductivity. So the change in conductivity is measured through either voltage or maybe through the current. Now, this data is sufficient for analyzing the change due to the analytes, and further processing is done by the data processing units. Here we shown a simplest devices that was made on polyimide, that is commercially available Kapton tape, and then we have polymer PQT12, and then over that a gold interdigited patterns. So when these patterns is exposed to gases, for example ammonia gases, the conductivity of that PQT is reduced, so that there is a change in the current at the output, and that is converted to the quantify the analytes. Another example is the thin film transistors. So thin film transistors is also made using polymers. So for this purpose, we use two type of structures. One is using pristine, that is only using PQT polymers, and another is a composite, that is PQT and CDSE quantum dot composite. So these two type of structures are made for the enhance sensing performance. So when we analyze using only PQT molecules, their sensitivities may be lower, and when we include a CDSE quantum dot in that framework, show that quantum dot enhance interaction with the analytes and enhance the performance. So here only we can see that the electrical performance only. So that is left side we have pristine PQT based TFT, and this is the PQT and CDSE quantum dot composite based. So there is a visible enhancement in the electrical parameters when we include CDSE quantum dot and the PQT frameworks. So this increase the electrical performance, that is in terms of drain currents and also the mobility, as well as reduce the threshold voltage. When we expose to the gases, now this is the ammonia gas sensing. So when we expose with the ammonia, that ammonia dedope in the PQT polymers. So when PQT polymers uh, absorb that ammonia, their conductivity is reduced, and therefore the current is reduced, and there is change in the current is calculated as the response for the ammonia gas. That response is normally the change in current divided by original current multiplied by 100, so that give the percentage response of the ammonia sensor. This is for the two-terminal flexible gas sensors, and for that we have also made the prototype. So that prototype work efficiently and under the certain limit of exposure, the ammonia gas is detected. Later on we have one second. So another example of sensor is PQT based nitrogen dioxide sensor. So the device structure is same, but in this we exposed nitrogen dioxide gases. So we found that with nitrogen dioxide gas, the sensitivity is very high, and when compared with ammonia, we can see that this is 100 for 100 ppm, and this is 400 ppb. So 400 ppb, the 1000 times lower, we have very high response time. And the demerit of this type of sensor is one-time sensor only. So however, this can be installed at a place where high concentration of nitrogen dioxide is exposed. So when the high concentration of nitrogen dioxide exposed, they can detect easily. So this can reduce the chances of healthcare disease. Another set of example of transistor is thin film transistor based ammonia sensor. In this two type of methodology, FTM and a spin coating technique is used. We can see that the gas response is extremely high in case of FTM coated transistor based sensors. Another example is nanocomposite based ammonia sensors. For this, we compare with increase the CDSE quantum dot in the PQT framework, approximately 10% improvement in response, gas response is found, which can be seen through the curve also. With different concentration of that ammonia gas, also we can see visible change in the response, percentage response, and the selectivity is also very good selectivity in this case of. So another example of gas sensor is the PVTT based OTFT, based OTFT gas sensor. So in this, we use polymer PVTT for the sensing material, and here we have source and drain. So when ammonia gas is in this experiment, we use ammonia vapors in place of ammonia gas. That ammonia vapor is normally found in the patients. So that is normally when we have a sweets like human sweets. So in that, the concentration of ammonia can be detected, and based on that, different disease can be detected. So here also the base dedoping phenomena happens, and the increase in gas response is found. So now we have another applications, that is pH sensor. That is also similar like a gas sensing or chemical sensing. So in this we have used different structure, that is extended gate field effect transistors. We make only the gate part of the transistors, and we use commercial transistor in place of fabricated transistors. So in this pH, we have liquid. For that, we have to detect pH. So we put that extended gate in that liquid, and that is the reference electrode. And when they connected with the commercial sensors, we found that with the increasing pH, there is a significant reduction in the current, and at the voltage VDS is equal to 0.1 volt, we can see the significant uh, change in the voltage. So based on this change in voltage, we calculate sensitivity of that sensor for the pH. Another example of the sensing is the heavy metal ion detection. Actually, human health is nowadays highly affected by the heavy metal ions, including mercury, lead, arsenic. Normally, mercury is nowadays highly found in the fish. So people are eating fish, and that fish containing high quantity of mercury. So for that, we normally detect a sample of fish blood over this type of prototype, that is mercury detection. And if a high concentration of mercury is found, we should avoid that type of fish or any other eating materials. So this census was made using MOS2 and onion-derived carbon quantum dot. So onion-derived carbon quantum dot is distributed over the MOS2 flags. The distribution of that carbon quantum dot enhance the sensitivity as well as selectivity towards the mercury. So for this purpose, we use a two-terminal devices like a MSM structures or simple conductor types, and with the increasing amount of concentration, we can see that the highest the increasing amount of exposure of mercury, the current density is reduces. So this reduction in the current is due to the interaction of mercury with the MOS2 and onion-derived carbon quantum dots. So that decrease in current is also quantized using the comparator, and that is transferred to the data signal, and that is after applying algorithm, we convert to the ppm or ppb levels. In another example of heavy ion sensors, we use SNO2 and carbon quantum dot composite for the lead detectors. For that also we use the prototype circuit, and that works efficiently for the detection of the lead. In another case, we also developed a prototype for the arsenic detection. The organic detection can possible with the use of functionalized carbon quantum dots, that is also on the two terminal structures, that is on ITO, that is east for the semiconductors, and we get a significant change in the current. Their prototype is also developed, that is the handheld devices that was used for the detection of the arsenic at room temperatures. Is the hardware of the prototype. So in this we used a pattern ITO. Over that we deposit carbon quantum dot as well as MOS2 trapped carbon quantum dot, and then this is connected to the FET, and then it is quantified using microcontroller, and finally it is displayed on the screen. So this is the prototypes. This is for dual node sensors, and this is single node sensor. What type of prototype was developed and worked efficiently? Up to this, we have discussed sensors, that is gas sensors, that was detection of different hazardous gases, that is so that health related issues can be minimized. Then the pH also, because of the pH of our sweat or maybe of our blood, can quantify different type of disease. And then we have discussed about the mercury ion sensor. So mercury nowadays we have also high concentration of arsenic or lead found in waters in the area of like Bengal, Bihar, Chhattisgarh. That region are very high concentration of arsenic in groundwaters. So these type of sensors can quantify this heavy metal ion before drinking, so that we can timely monitor these type of contaminations. So now we will move towards the another sensor, that is the light sensors. So light sensors are the devices that can quantify the power of light, wavelength of light. So depending on light, some lights are very hazardous, like a UV, X-ray, gamma. So that type of rays can be quantified based on their wavelength. Similarly, sometimes low power UV is used for the healthcare, so where different type of disease can be different disease remedy are used for the low power UV or low power IR system. But when the power is increased, so that can damage the skin of a patient or the even bone of the patient. So their control use of that UV light is necessary. For that purpose, whether that light system, we must incorporate the detection system for that specific UV light. So whenever the power is increased, that detector can reduce, or through the feedback system, they can reduce the intensity or power of that UV lights. Some area where a specific UV light should be blocked, so where also we can use sensor. After that we can apply a filter. when any detection of a specific wavelength, then we can apply a filter and block that lights. So we start with the two-terminal photo detector. Two-terminal photo detectors are made over either glass substrates or may be on pattern substrates. So over the glass substrate, we deposit a semiconductor. Normally, we can use the semiconductor like a polymer or maybe a ZNO or any other light sensitive material. In this structure, we use ZNO for the UV detections, because ZNO has a wide bandgap material and has a good response for the UV lights. For this purpose, we exposed that sensing area here, it is visible with the UV lights. When UV light is exposed, there is a generation of electrons and holes, and that generated electrons and hole should be dragged in opposite direction so that there should be a conduction. Since this is not a photovoltaic mode, this is photoconductive mode. So a voltage is applied across these two terminals, and with the application of this applied voltage, we can see the moment of charge carrier. This electron goes this side and holes goes this side, and finally this constitutes a current in the circuit, and this increase in the current leads to the detection mechanism. Another example is the working of PN photodiode. And this is also a two-terminal photodiode. However, in place of MSM, here we use PN junction. So for PN junction, in this structure, we used a silicon P-type material. Over that, we deposit ZNO N-type material and a metal contact bottom and a metal contact bottom. Top and bottom two metal contact, and there is a two semiconductor P-type silicon and N-type ZNO quantum dots. So that sandwiched PN junction form a PN photodiode, and this photodiode can effectively detect UV light. So when UV light is incident on the junction region, there is generation of charge carrier, that is electron and hole, and due to the applied electric field through the battery, there is a moment of charge carrier in opposite direction. Electrons move towards this side and hole moves towards this side. So this two movement leads to the conduction, enhanced conduction, and therefore increased current in this circuit. So this increase in current can be termed as the detection of lights, and there is a change in that current can be estimated as response time or responsivity of the sensor. Another examples we have is the fibrous ZNO thin film based UV light sensing. So in this we have two type of ZNO film is developed. Both are fibrous, one with AL and another is without AL. AL stands for the aluminum. So one is not without any doping ZNO and another is aluminum doped ZNO. So these two devices are made using is on the glass substrate, and there is a silver electrode over that, and there is a prototype that is connected with the electrodes, and we can see that when we expose the light, there is a increase in their responsivity. This is here we can see that there is a two responsivity curve, red one of the pristine ZNO and black one with the AZNO, aluminum doped ZNO. So in the aluminum doped fibrous ZNO, we have a higher responsivity as compared to pristine ZNO. So this type of sensing is sensors used for the place where photolithography process is done, or where UV treatment, you patient are treated with the UV. So when a patient is treated with the UV, some skin diseases or sometimes some like a cancers, different type of cancers can be cancer cell can be treated with that UV light. A control UV light is exposed to the site where cancer cell are present, and the controlled UV light can kill that cancer cells, and they cannot damage other part of the skin. So the control exposure of UV light is very, very important. When we expose high concentration of UV light, they can further damage the skin or maybe bone of the patient. So these type of sensors are very, very, very useful for the healthcare applications. Here we can see that the response and recovery time of these sensors are also in fraction of seconds, in tens of seconds. Another example we have is the polymer-based organic phototransistors. So polymer-based organic phototransistors are normally used so that it can detect effectively for the visible lights. Normally, metal oxides are wide-band materials, and they are not good or sufficient for the detection of visible lights. For that purpose, we use polymers. Polymers are highly useful for the visible light detections, and sometimes it is used in automation system where different traffic lights or maybe like a based on like a green, yellow, these type of lights based on the incident light action can be done. So for this purpose, polymers phototransistors are used. So this type of transistor is made on a silicon over that silicon dioxide, and then PQT polymers. Over that we have electrode, source and drain using AU, that is gold, and that light is incident over that channel regions. When light is incident, the conductivity is increased in the channel, and we have increased in the drain currents, and that improvement in drain current is visible. And these two characteristics, so one is for the transfer characteristic of the hair, and this is transfer characteristic under. So different at different powers we can see that we have a characteristics. So these devices are formed over the silicon, and finally final top to bottom structure is silicon oxide, PQT, and AgMO3. So at this point, we have discussed the different type of photo detectors, but these type of photo detector has some limitation, like they consume lots of energy also. So nowadays researchers are doing work so that a self-powered photo detector can be formed. So we tried this type of structures for the ambipolar phototransistors. We developed these structures using both P and N type of material at a time, and we made a ambipolar phototransistor using these structures. This work was done during my tenure at as a GSPS fellow at NICE Japan. So during that, we made a ambipolar phototransistors. This behaves as a bipolar because both P and N type materials conducts, and both N and P participates. And we can see that high sensitive phototransistor can be formed. So here we can see that P-type and N-type semiconductors both are used for the channel formation, and when light is incident, the collection of electrons and holes is very much efficiently, and we can achieve a high sensitivity as well as response time and recovery time, that is fall rise and fall time for the photoreactors. Another device structures is you have TM assisted semiconductor polymer based inverter. So when we use PMOS and NMOS as a single device, we can form inverter. The advantage of these inverters is that these work in either off state or on states. So with this off and on state, we can detect efficiently the light, as well as when the transistor is off state, they do not consume electric power. So this type of devices has high performance as well as highly power efficient structures that will be very useful for the purpose of the sensing. And these type of healthcare applications are devices where we can detect at low concentration of incident UV lights or maybe some infrared, we can detect, and therefore we can employ UV light or infrared light for the healthcare application when the control exposure of that light can be. Otherwise, we always have the issue with the chances of damage the tissue of patient or skin tissue. So this controlled exposure will eliminate any chances of damage of tissue or bones, and the effective healthcare system can be developed. Now we will move towards the biosensors. So we have also worked sensor systems that was useful for biosensing. So we work mainly on the cell growth, that is the cell growth for maybe of future and cancer cell growth or any other mammalian cell growth. We measure their growth, and based on that growth, we can estimate the change in the electrical quantity, that is impedance and voltage and current. So in this, we can see that the morphological change in C2, C12 cell, that is mammalian cell, their adhesion, spreading, and migration, as well as profilation. So with the time, we'll start with the adhesion, then spreading, then migration, and at last profilation. We make a well between two electrode, and this will be pour media, and in that media we put some cells of C2, C12, and their frequency dependent impedance analysis where time is shown here. And later on we develop a prototype. So this prototype can give the change in the cell growth and the corresponding current measurement. In another work, we examine the functional behavior of mammalian cell. So functional behavior, we start with the pattern electrode. So from pattern electrode, we etch the ITO, and then we obtain the pattern electrode. Over that, we deposited the sensing materials using the Singh pump, and we obtained a fibrous film of this SNO2, and based on that fibrous or ESPN SNO2 thin film, we obtain a device, and that device later on used for the cell growth study. For that purpose, we develop a well at the center of that devices, so that well cover the area between two electrodes. And we pour the media with the analytes or the cells in this well, and inside the well, the growth of cell is monitored optically as well as electrically. So optical measurement of cell growth can be seen here. The morphological change of C2 cell at different time interval. So when we see after 24 hours, we can see that this type of cell growth. After 48 hours, this type of cell growth, then 72 hours, then 96, and then at 120 hours. These are the optical examination of investigation of the cell growth. This cell growth can be also estimated using electrical parameter, that is impedance measurements, and we can see that impedance measurement frequency dependent, the magnitude of the impedance, there is a significant change between these two parameters. Thirdly, there is a change in the phase of impedance as well as amplitude, and we can see that they are changing the parameters. Finally, frequency dependent capacitance is also calculated, that also give a significant change in the response. So at this point, we will now summarize different sensors. So different sensors we summarize with the gas sensor. That gas sensors normally made using polymers, or maybe with the metal oxide or other gas sensitive materials. So when a gas sensor is exposed with the analyte, that is specific gas sensors. So when gas sensors detect that gases after that analyte interact with that gas. For example, if SNO2 or ZNO based gas sensor used in this, so when gas is exposed between this electrode, so the conductivity of semiconductor conductivity of that semiconductor changes, and therefore the current is also changed. Similarly, for heavy ion detection, we used two-terminal devices, 1 and 2 two-terminal devices. If there is a change in the conductivity, we can measure. Similarly, photodetector, we can use a top to bottom contact, or there can be a two top contact in transistor structures. Biosensors also be employed for the cell growth. So we use different type of deposition technique, including spin coating, FTM, thermal, as well as we used sputtering. So these type of technique used for the deposition of thin film for the sensor developments. So sensor can be used a different part for the overall healthcare monitoring. For example, a sensor developed for the heartbeat measurement can continuously measure the heartbeat, whereas similar sensor developed for temperature can measure temperatures. based on the temperature, the disease can be diseased. And guys, similarly, the sweet or glucose sensors can be used to regular monitor the sweet of the patient. Similarly, the gas sensor can be implanted in the home or outside the home. So there is a leakage of any hazardous gases like LPG, petroleum, or ammonia, or maybe some in case nitrogen dioxide. They can monitor at the outside of the home, and therefore there is a less chance of exposure of with the that hazardous gases to the human body or maybe the patients. So different performance parameters for the gas sensor sensitivity and response recovery time, photo detector responsibility as well as detectivity, for biosensor sensitivity as well as linearity, ion heavy ion sensor or detectors energy, the energy resolution or leakage current. So these are the parameters that evaluate the performance of the sensors. So these parameters can be seen in the curve also. Now, what are the impact on healthcare? So these type of sensor has a very good impact on the healthcare systems. With using that sensors, we can timely monitor the exposure of patient with the specific gases, specific pH solution, or maybe there is exposure of or exposure of sweet from the human body that can be detected for the pH or maybe for the gas sensing, and we can monitor the health of the of any patient. Similarly, from materials to intelligent healthcare solution. So we start with the micro particle, or then we have nanoparticle, and now we have macro. Now we have a nanoparticle. After that, we have particle. A few years, we can develop that type of materials also. So the application still with the we can develop a device for respiratory monitoring. We can develop for the cardiovascular health. We can develop for the diabetes management. We can develop a system for neuro and brain monitoring, cancer diagnosis, environment health, and ICU and remote care monitoring. So we can develop different type of sensors for different purpose, and all these type of sensors integrated at a single place can give a dedicated sensors air or sensor systems for the overall healthcare monitoring. So key achievements and contribution. So with these type of sensors, we can modernize or that is the measurable or monitorable healthcare systems. We measure every parameters that can affect health of a patient or normal people or healthy people. Also, we can monitor different health impact parameters. So these are the summary of the sensing parameters as well as sensor devices. At this point, we would like to thank our mentors, supervisors, PhD supervisor, PDF mentor, JSPS PDF mentors, and all the supervisor collaborators, those involved in my work, research profiles or research working. I'm open for the any questions because these are some specific sensor-based topics, and we develop all different type of sensors that can easily integrated with the healthcare systems, even with the temperature monitoring or like a sweet monitoring for the glucose, sometime pH monitoring, or like a cell growth monitoring. We develop different type of sensor that can be integrated with the overall healthcare system, and their prototype, most of prototype we have developed, and they are working efficiently. So we are very, very thankful to all the listeners if we can receive a good feedback or any query on my work. Thanks.
So we shall now open the session for the question. Participants are requested to raise their hand or submit question through the chat. Okay, sir, one question. How does AI doping improve the UV sensing performance of ZNO thin films?
UV sensing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So normally for a UV, we normally used when we treat the patient, we normally use a specific wavelength UV light. For example, 365 nanometer or sometimes 375 nanometer wavelength of UV light used for the healthcare system. So we have to develop a detector that can efficiently detect that range. So for that, we can use a filter. So over that general layer, we can use a filter layer also, so that the filter can eliminate other wavelength also. And for the improvement in the sensitivity, that is in case of light responsivity, we can uh, use their quantum dots also. So with the quantum dots, we can tune the band gap, and we can increase the absorptions also. When we increase absorption and there is the conversion, we can also there when we expose the lights, then material absorb light, and there is a not all light are converted into the electron hole pair. So when we increase that conversion through the composites, then also we can increase the responsivity of the that photodetectors. I think I am clear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there any other question? So thank you very much, sir, for delivering such an insightful, informative lecture on thin film-based electronic sensor for healthcare systems. Your presentation provided a comprehensive understanding of designing, fabrication, and application of thin film electronic sensors in modern healthcare. The discussion on emerging materials, flexible electronics, and next-generation biosensing platform highlight the transformative role of thin film technology in advancing smart and accessible healthcare systems. The scientific insight, practical application, and future research opportunity you shared have inspired our participants to explore innovative solutions at the intersection of bioengineering, electronics, and healthcare. We are confident that your expert knowledge will significantly contribute to teaching the research and innovation endeavor of our faculty members and research students. So, on behalf of Department of Biotech and Bioengineering School of Bioscience and Technology, we sincerely thank you for your valuable time and your enlightening the presentation and your meaningful contribution to this internal faculty development program. So, as a mark of our appreciation, we are pleased to present a digital memento to Dr. Chandan Kumar, sir. So, kindly accept this digital memento, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for your inspiring and insightful lecture. We sincerely appreciate your valuable time and expertise, and we look forward to future academic collaboration with you. Thank you, sir.
I can leave now. Actually,
Yes, sir, you can. So,
thank you all the participants. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir. Hello, Dr. Munendra. Sir. Dear participants, the technical session will commence at 2:40 p.m. So our speaker will join shortly. So please wait. Thank you. Participant, the feedback form will be shared after this technical session, so kindly wait and fill it out before leaving the meeting. And thank you. Hello, Munen sir. Dr. Munen sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is now time for the final technical session today. We are honored to welcome Dr. Munen sir, Assistant Professor, National Institute of Technology, NIT Jamshedpur. Dr. Munen Singh is an Assistant Professor in the Department of Electronic and Communication Engineering at National Institute of Technology, Jamshedpur. Prior to his current role, Dr. Singh received his postdoctoral research training from the MR Research Division at Johns Hopkins University, USA, from June 2021 to October 2024. He worked as an assistant professor at Manipal Institute of Technology in Manipal, where he engaged in teaching and research in the deep learning and image processing domain for 2.5 years. Dr. Singh specialized in developing reliable physics-informed deep learning-based solutions for the reconstruction and qualification of MRI data, making significant contribution in quantifying multiple tissues parameters from a single scan of the human brain and reducing the overall scan time. He defended his PhD optimization technique-based algorithm for denoising, enhancement, and segmentation of MRI data in 2019 from the IIT Varanasi. He learned his master degree in instrumentation from the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra in 2012 and his bachelor degree in electronics and communication from University of Institute of Engineering and Technologies, CSGM, University Kanpur in 2010. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation, and we request you to kindly address the participant with your expert lecture. The virtual platform is yours, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nitish, and thank you, Dr. Gaurav, for being here. And I really enjoy the talk when I specifically give the talk for Gangodia University. So let's start with my talk. That is on. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I can share this. Yeah, so can you see my slide? Dr. Nitish, can you see my slides? Okay, probably my slides are visible to you. Not sure. Not this. Okay. So I don't know if my slides are visible to you or not. Okay, let me stop sharing and share it again. I'm sharing entire screen. Okay, fine. So let's just start. Okay. So my today's talk on data-driven solution transfer MRI. So in this talk, very first, we will try to understand what is MRI, and then I will discuss what is saturation transfer MRI, and then I will try to incorporate data-driven approaches for various application of saturation transfer MRI. Right? So I'm sure that you heard about the MRI as a keyword several times, and several of you already know about what is MRI. MRI is a kind of image, of course, that is a radiological image, but it doesn't has any any exposure to the X-rays or gamma rays. So now come to my outline. So here are the main points I would like to cover in this presentation. Like very first, I will introduce MRI. What is MRI? And then let me select. Okay, not do that. I'm not sure. Okay, then I will discuss the deep learning approaches currently studying in the field of MRI. And then I will discuss what is the difference between the data-driven approaches and physics-informed model, as Dr. Nitish tell that is my one of the area of interest. And then I will introduce to the audience about the saturation transfer MRI, which is a very specific kind of MRI that is very new to our country, India, and what is the advantage of studying this specific technique. And then I will take few applications like motion correction, tissue parameter quantification, and then imaging acceleration. Why we need imaging acceleration? Why we need a very fast MRI, and then sequence optimization. All right. Then I think I have to start with the very fundamental of MRI. So as we know that in NMR, that is a nuclear magnetic resonance, the protons or the molecules randomly rotate, and that's why we have a zero magnetic field that can be measured from the protons, rotation of the protons, right? And if we apply the external field like V0, and any external field, like external field means any magnetic external field, then these protons, those were rotating in the random directions, they may get aligned or anti-aligned. That means they are aligned with the phase of 180 degree or the phase of 0, as we can see here. So from this figure, you see that there is one less number of proton you can see here. That means we always have, if we have equal number of protons at the both sides, then what will happen? Then there may be chances of zero magnetic field, net magnetic field, that is a zero. There is maybe chances. That's why in MRI we always target the atom which has odd number of protons, right? Like hydrogen, maybe a carbon, they have odd number of protons. We cannot use any proton, any component, any component that is having a even number of protons. That is very essential. Then after once they get aligned, because since they were rotating with some rotation, some angular momentum, they were rotating. And when we apply the external field, although they got aligned, but they are still rotating. But the magnetic field of those protons is in this direction or in anti-parallel, right? Since they are rotating, okay, so there may be a magnetic field. For example, if we take this one, so for this proton, the magnetic field may have two components. One is, if we take a theta, this is cos theta, that is in this direction. Can you see my cursor? Can you see my cursor? Yeah. Okay. So in this direction, and another magnetic field may be in this direction. That means in x direction, right? Minus x direction, and one is in z direction or y direction, you can say, for simplicity right now. But since we have so many protons and all these protons are randomly processing, and that's why we may have a random magnitude in all the directions and net magnetization vector in this plane. That means x-axis, or we can say this is the xy plane and it's a z plane. So that in this plane, net magnetic field is 0, and wherever we have more number of protons, either in parallel or anti-parallel, in that direction we have net magnetic vector. That means in this plane, in xy plane, we have 0 net magnetization vector, but in z plane we will have some magnetic field, right? Now I am taking an example of hydrogen atom. So why a hydrogen atom? Because hydrogen atom is associated with the water. And why I am taking example of water? Because in our body we have roughly 65% of water, right? And specifically for brain, we have around 70-75% of the water. That's why we have huge amount of water in our body, and that water, all the water have 2 protons attached with it, and we can use that property here, right? So here you see that there are the 2 energy levels are associated with that, and few protons are at the E1 and at the E2 energy state, and those have very high energy state. Only those protons we take for the magnetization, right? So here you see that just like the top of the slide we have discussed, here we can see that these were rotating in this direction this time, and then they were initially rotating in the random, and then we applied the magnetic field, that is B naught. You can see this is the MRI, and in this direction, in this Z direction, in the Z direction we apply the B naught magnetization field. And as we apply the B naught magnetization field, they started aligned, but they have random phases. Okay, and because of the random phases, the magnetic field in the XY direction is 0, but in the Z direction there is a net magnetization vector. Okay, but this is not end of the MRI by principle. From here, MRI starts, because we cannot get any signal around the Z direction. Although we applied a V naught, very heavy V naught field, that is a 3 Tesla V naught field we applied in this direction, but we cannot get any signal because of the very high V naught field. Since this V naught field is very high, and magnetization vector from the protons is very, very small, and that cannot be detected from any sensor that exists in the world. That's why we have to do something from here. Let's see what we can do. We have to resonate it. So how we can resonate it? To resonate it, we need to give one B1 pulse. Okay, B1 magnetization field we have to apply. So you can see that initially the protons were, although in the same direction as the direction of B naught, but they were in a random phase. So you see this is here the downward side, and this is the upward side. although net magnetic vector is in this direction of B naught, but they were in the random phase. By applying B1 in such a way that these protons should get in a same phase, that called in phase. Once we have in phase proton direction, this is how we can generate the signal at xy location. So this is, here you can see this is z direction, right? The B naught and the z is the same direction, and parallel to in the perpendicular to this, right, at the coil side we have xy direction. Now, because of these phases, initially those were the random phases, and the net magnetic vector because of this was 0. Now we will have some net magnetic vector in xy plane as well, like this. You can see that. So net magnetic vector this time we have in this direction as well, right? So how, in other way, you try to understand what we did. Initially, this net magnetic vector was in this direction, that was the B naught direction. When we applied B1 of 90 degree, so the net magnetic vector rotated from here to here, right? So it was parallel to B naught, and now it is perpendicular to B naught. Or in other words, we can say that if they were random in phase and applying the B1, they are not in phase. Because of they are in phase, we will have the net magnetic vector in the direction of xy, and it will look like it is rotating. If you sit on the proton, so it will look like it is rotating on only in 2D on only on this circle, right? And since this is rotating on the circle, after some time it will reach here again at the coil. Again, it will reach at the coil. So how the signal look like when it will be received at the coil? It will look like a sinusoidal signal, because this is rotating in a circle, right? And here we have a coil. So it is like sinusoidal signal. This is how it will look like. Okay. Now, in practice, it never look like it. Whenever you will receive the signal, it will not look like a sinusoidal signal. It will look like a exponentially decreasing sinusoidal signal. This is how it will look like. But why? Because of the interaction from the tissue-tissue interaction, spin-to-spin interaction. Okay, so it will, because it lose some energy because of this spin-to-spin interaction. So you will see this kind of pattern when you will receive this signal mxy. Okay, so it will look like the exponentially reducing signal, and how with what rate it will reduce can be expressed in terms of m naught, that is the magnitude, the initial magnitude m naught, and then e to the power minus ty t2, where t2 is a time constant that I will discuss. Okay, but at the same time, there is one independent process that is going on in this direction, and at this direction, when signal was here, highest signal was here, and then slowly it was losing down, okay, and it was decreasing. So this signal start, and there one signal that start growing over here in the direction of B naught, or a direction of mz, in the direction of z. So you see that when this signal was decreasing exponentially, there was another signal at the direction of z. We called this the magnetization in the direction of z was exponentially, of course, exponentially increasing with this rate. M naught initially it was 0, right? And then it was start increasing with the rate of 1 minus e to the power minus t by t1. But you see that these two are different rate. It is decreasing the different rate, and it is increasing the different rate, and those rates were associated with the time constant, t2 time constant, and here we have t1 time constants, right? And now this is the basis of various contrasts in the MRI that we will discuss. So you see that if a proton is in a fat, that is shown with the help of color yellow, is reducing very rapidly in comparison to a proton that is in water signal, or CSF, cerebral spinal fluid. So this is water signal. And at the same time, you see that the signal that is recovering along the MRI, that is along the z-axis, so fat was recovering very fast, and and water signal was recovering very, very slow. Okay, so these are the property of a tissue. Tissue means CSF and fat are the different type of tissues. So the proton in a different environment behave differently. Now how we get a different kind of MRI images? So if we have maximum T1 contrast, so we can say this is a T1 weighted image. If we have a maximum T2 contrast, we say this is a T2 weighted image. So the weighted image, you see that if you would have seen MRI images, some MRI images look like this, where you see the water signal is very less here in the ventricles, and it's a T2 weighted image where you see the water signal is very, very high in the ventricles. And this is the, here we have a white matter, and here you have a gray matter, and then this is again a CSF in the corners of this plane, right? And this is a skull. So if this is a T1 weighted image, this is T2 weighted image, but how you would see, how you will think of this a T1 weighted image and this is a T2 weighted image based on the maximum T1 contrast and maximum T2 contrast. We see this is a T1 weighted image, this is T2 weighted image. Okay, and how we get these kind of images depending upon the TE and TR time. So you see that this MZ was recovering. This is one signal that I have explained earlier. It was recovering. So you see the fat recovers very fast, and water signal or CSF signal recovers very, very slow. And this signals is MXY in MXY direction. The signal is rapidly decreased here. And here you see this is also decreased for respectively for the fat and CSF in a yellow and white. Okay, so once it is done, it is all signal has been decreased. That means signal reached to zero when we don't see anything in the signal. Then we again apply one more pulse that we call TE pulse, that is echo pulse, or we call this time the echo time. And that time again, whatever signal we recover here on the Z signal, that again got from here to here, and then start getting decreasing. Okay, let's assume we are sampling signal or we are acquiring signal at this point of time, at one point of time, at the one. What we will have here? So here you see the fat is higher, right, and CSF is lower. And similarly, in XY in XY direction, the signal what we actually get that fat is very high and TE is and the CSF is less. So you see that's where is CSF is less. Here you see the CSF or flow or the signal. This is CSF region, right? Or in the ventricle we have water. So that's why we have this signal is relatively low in comparison to signal over what we can see over here in the gray matter. Okay, because we can say that the gray matter, white matter has more fat in comparison to just a CSF. Okay, so CSF pure water signal. So pure water signal is the white is lesser than the signal fat signal. So you see that this signal is CSF signal is relatively dark or relatively black. Okay, that's why we can say that this is this here, but this signal whenever we receive signal at 1, we will call it a T1 weighted image, and the property of this the signal we have observed here. And what is the TE and TR time? You see that this is the TE is very low. Here you see the TE is very low, and TR is also, this is the whole TR, one repetitive pulse. We will apply repetitive pulse when we will fully recover the signal. But here the signal has not been recovered fully. That's why TR is very low in this case. As we can see, the TR is very low, and similarly T is very low. So these both things are very, very low. That's why we whatever we get here, that is a T1 weighted image. And whatever we will get when we have a TE is very high, you see the TR is very high at 2, the signal is fully recovered almost, and TE also very high in comparison to this. You see that this distance is very less in comparison to hold this distance. That's why T is very high, and in this case we get the T2 weighted image. Now I believe that you understand the different weighted image in MRI. Okay, So now we have seen that how you can get different contrast in an image, but the question is how we can get an image from the MRI, because MRI, I mentioned earlier that from MRI we try to give a pulse. That pulse is makes the protons in a phase, and then then we get the signal received at the RF coil, right? So the signal we receive at the RF coil is very important. That signal we receive, but whatever we have observed, those were the images. So from that signal, how we get the image? Okay, so I will explain that thing over here. So what we do, we very first we apply, as we have seen that we apply the B naught field, a very huge B naught field initially to align all the protons. Then we apply the then we apply the B1 magnetization to just make everything align or in phase of the protons. And then the third magnetic field we apply the slice selection magnetic field. Okay, slice selection magnetic field works as it provides slope, and with that slope we can select this slice with the help of slice select gradient, and then we get in one signal, as we have discussed, that exponentially reducing signal. This signal we get over the RF coil. Okay, and this signal we store over here in the form of one line or in the form of one dimension vector. Then we change the frequency encoding and phase encoding to more gradient magnetization field, and then we acquire few more lines. Then few more lines, and then we get a two-dimensional image, and then this is how it look like. So where is the MRI image? Whatever we have seen just now, this is not that one we were expecting. So what we do, we get this kind of image from the scanner, and this is we call as a K-space data. And this K-space data we get from this slice by applying the frequency and phase encoding gradient again and again from the same location. So what we get this we get this property exactly matches with the frequency domain, okay, of a signal. And if we do the inverse Fourier transform, we get an magnitude MRI image that is look like this. Okay. So now I hope that idea is clear, that how we can get a different contrast, not different contrast, at least two contrasts, T1 weighted, T2 weighted, and how we can get a reconstructed MRI image from the signal. Okay. So that's the fundamental of MRI. Now, whatever we have usually study, especially in India or many other developing countries, we just assume MRI as an image, just like CT image or any photographic image. Okay, so usually what we do, that with those images we perform the segmentation, we perform the registration, motion, artifact direction, so many things we keep doing it without understanding much about the physics behind the MRI. So this is one of our paper where we did the segmentation, and we used the flare image, T2 weighted image, T1 weighted image, all fed to the neural network, and then we try to segment it. Is the edema, enhancing tumor, and tumor core. Okay. And this is another paper where people were trying to do the registration. If you don't know about the registration, means let's assume you have two different images in that two different coordinates, and then you wanted to superimpose one image on the other image. So what you will do, you have to first match those coordinates. Maybe you need to do the zoom in, zoom out, rotation, maybe different kind of operation you have to do, and ultimate goal is to align these two images. That is the alignment is the process. The alignment process is called the registration. That means you are matching the coordinates of two different, maybe sometimes MRI to MRI, MRI to CT, multimodal registration, MRI to ultrasound, all these things, doctors frequently need to assess the patient if you have done with the registration. So this is another application of deep learning application in MRI domain. This is also a deep learning application in the MRI domain. And this is one more motion artifact correction. Specifically, this problem is very, very severe when we have the patient, that is the child neonatal brain we have. So you cannot give anesthesia and ask patient to just keep sleeping in the MRI. So somehow we have to control. We sometimes radiologists suggest them to not to move inside the MRI, but you cannot control all the time, and that's why we get artifacts. So these artifacts may look like this, and a lot of people have proposed that different methodology to correct the motion artifact, and after the motion artifact correction, you can see this image. And the fourth application of deep learning or data-driven approaches in MRI is tissue parameter mapping. So a lot of studies going on in this domain, because tissue parameter mapping is the tissue parameter for a particular for someone is very, very specific. That means if you change the scan parameter values, like from here to here in this image, so you can have a different contrast, you can have a different signal intensity, but tissue parameters cannot have a different values. They are very specific to the scanner and the patient, right? So this is a new domain where people are working nowadays in the area of deep learning with the MRI. Okay, so let's come to some technical stuff, where here in this slide I try to compare the data-driven approaches with the physics-informed deep learning approach. So what if you have some background of the AI deep learning, so you know that a lot of people keep doing it. What they do, they have some input data and they have some output data, and in between there is some complex model they use, and what they do, they try to map input to output. Maybe they don't understand the mechanism, how to get the input, how to get the output from the input, but the kind of networks they use, it works very well for them to just generate output without understanding anything about the mechanism to get the output from the input. So that kind of model or that kind of approach we call the data-driven approach, and this is the kind of black box we use. And this kind of approach is very, very good for a wide range of application. You can have some input, you can have output, you can construct some very, very complex function with the help of the data and the deep learning or AI approach. Your data is learned. Right. There are certain problem in this kind of approach, like they requires a huge amount of data to get exact function for the mapping purpose. And only thing is, what we are using here is the data, right? But if we think of what we developed so far in the last century, so many physics models we have developed, and we are just ignoring those physics models, or maybe biological models or chemical models. We are just ignoring. We are working only on data. So we need a bridge where we can use some physics information. We can also use some data, so many vast amount of data. If we use both of the things together, then we can develop a new kind of algorithm, what we say is physics-informed deep learning approach, or physics-informed AI. Okay, so here we have traditional modeling, physics we are using here, we are using the data also we are using here, and this is the domain where I always remain interested to work on. Okay, so what is the advantage of this method? Just this kind of approach gives us a better interpretability, more transparency. That means how this output is being generated from the input. That is called interpretability of the model. and B really requires very relatively less amount of training data set when we compare the only data-driven approaches, because here physics really helps to understand the data and to understand the model. Okay. Now the question should arise in your mind that how you can use a physics model in your algorithm, right? So there's so many methods, not so many. There are 3 methods. So very first method I am going to explain that if you have really, if you wanted to add 2 images, right? For very simple example, to add 2 images. So what you will do, you will add these images by simulation, and then get a third image, and then the whole dataset you will put on the network, and you will start doing the training. Right? This is what you will do. So this is a complete data-driven approach. But my point is why you are doing this. Rather than doing this, you simply use addition, right? Addition of some random number. Train your data on addition of random numbers. Okay, and then rather than adding 2 images, you can add 2 numbers, any 2 numbers, and then what you do, you can add 2 images, you can add 2 signals, you can add whatever you want to add. But what happened here, your network understood the physics, understood the math of addition, rather than just working on solely on the data set, right? So this is the kind of thing you have to do. This is the incorporation of physics math into the neural network. So this is a really complex example I took over here, that what I'm using block equation. This is very specific to the MRI, and block equation can generate any kind of signal. If you have some tissue parameters, if you have some scan parameter values, you have a very complex, very complex block equations, and those data you feed, that means scan parameter values and the tissue parameter values you feed, you can generate any MRI signal. That means you know the physics of generating signal. If you train data set on that kind of data set, and then you can deal with any MRI images. So you see that here the one-dimensional data is fed into the end-to-end neural network, where you see that the data set already simulated with the help of block equations, rather than just learning on the images or learning on the signals. So this is the one kind of example where we are using physics information by simulating the training data set in prior. I took the example that rather than adding 2, for example, you wanted to add 2 images. So rather than adding 2 images, taking whole huge data set, you just take random numbers and then use the math sign addition and have the ground to the other sign, and perform the simulation with the help of the simulated data. You can train a model rather than directly jumping on the image or signal. So this is one kind of example. And the next method is using physics model within the neural networks. That means you can call any model, any complex model, or any physics math equations, and if you will call that layer has to follow that physics law. And this is how you can make this model very constrained to generate that kind of a specific kind of output at particular layer. So this is another approach. So sometimes this approach is very useful, and sometimes this approach is very unstable to produce some results. So that is very possible with the help of lambda layers in the Keras. And I don't know about the PyTorch, what people do, but yeah, in Keras you can call the lambda layer, and in the lambda layer you can write a specific equations, mathematical equations, or physics equation that has to be followed. And another thing is, since this is within the neural network, so what you need those equations differentiable in nature. Otherwise, you cannot back propagate the errors, right? So you need a differentiable layer here. And third approach, I use this kind of approach in several of my papers. Along with this and first approach, I used. So rather than using the physics information over within the layers or simulated data set, what you can do, you can use output you can feed into the physics model, and then you already know the ground truth, and then you can compare with the help of loss function. You can compare. So you see that here we have data to data. Here you can compare. You can use the data consistency loss, and then you can use the model, and output of the model you should already know in prior, and then here you will have output generated from this intermediate output, and then here you have a ground truth to compare with. So here you will have a physics informed physics loss and data consistency loss together, and you can minimize these two loss together. I will take this example. I will give an example of this kind of architecture in the next few slides as well. The very specific problem of the substitution transfer. Again, here equation what we are using, these equations, block equations, these equations should be differentiable. That's why only we can do the back propagation, right? It may have some water. So there are the, broadly speaking, there are the two kind of, actually there are three kind of learning approaches, where here I am discussing only two kind of approaches. One is supervised and self-supervised. That means kind of unsupervised, but here we don't do the clustering, but here we treat input as a ground truth. So here you see that input is fed to the neural network, and we get the intermediate output, and we get the output, and then we need a physics model, or I would say that inverse model, right? That can generate from those output, that can generate original input. And if we have that kind of model, okay, so we can compare the output of this model with the input, and this is how we can train our network. And so this is this kind of model we call the self-supervised approach, and this is the physics informed learning as well, because we know this model, right? We don't need a ground truth over here, but we if we know some physics, we can definitely we don't need to know the exact ground truth. So the ground truth problem is also solved here, because in so many problems we cannot generate the ground truths, right? But this problem, this kind of networks is very difficult to converge. They are slow in converging behavior. Now I am coming to the topic of saturation transfer MRI. So now I will discuss what is saturation transfer MRI. Till now we discussed what is MRI, what is the data-driven approach of deep learning, and what is the physics-informed approach of the deep learning. Then now I will discuss the saturation transfer MRI. Okay. That is very specific kind of MRI. In general, whole topic of the MRI, or I would say the comparison of the conventional MRI with the saturation transfer MRI. So this is the image of a conventional MRI. So what we see in this image? We see in this image is only water information. As I mentioned in the earlier, that the protons what we target are attached to the hydrogen atom, and the hydrogen atom we target, that is mainly comes from the water. So whatever image we see, that is having a only water information. Okay, so this is very good MRI image. We can see that here we have CSF, right? The CSF we have, and somewhere we have a tumor as well in this. But this tumor is in this titubated image. The tumor is having a high signal intensity. At the same time, CSF is also have a high signal intensity. Those who are of course, it's anyone can recognize that this is the tumor here we have. But sometimes, if subtle changes there, radiologist may miss this information. Okay. So this kind of conventional MRI is very good for structural information. And how we get this image? Of course, by the excitation of the water protons. but we cannot measure any chemical or physiological property. Chemical property means any chemical changes we cannot measure here. We cannot measure here some physiological property like temperature or anything else from the brain. So that we cannot do. That's why we need some different kind of mechanism, different kind of pulse sequences in the MRI domain. And that is, if you compare with this method with the saturation transfer MRI, the specific kind of saturation transfer MRI, that is the amide proton APT, amide proton transfer MRI. So you see that the here we see only information related to the tumor, and CSF that is having over here has been suppressed, right? This is not very high. This is having a low signal intensity, but you see that this is very having high signal intensity, right? So this signal intensity came from, it doesn't came from the water. It came from the specific type of proton, that is from the amide proton, and this belongs to the saturation transfer MRI. That's why the protein information is very, very essential in MRI domain for diagnosis, for the better treatment planning, and even for the quantification. So this is the principle behind saturation transfer MRI. So you see that in a brain we have so many things. We have of course we have water that we have detected over here, and mostly we have water. Except water, we have macromolecules, we have solutes, we have a metabolite. Solids mean proteins or comes under the solutes. Okay, metabolites we have just like creatinine or some other metabolites we have. So I would discuss specifically about the in solid we have so many proteins, but I would discuss about the amide protein within the solute. So this is the structure of the amide protein. And what we have so many hydrogen atom attached to this. Okay, so these hydrogen atom already given the signal, and what we have to do, we have to suppress this hydrogen signal. So many hydrogen signals are there in amide, and we have to apply RF pulse to saturate this, to suppress this signal. Why we need suppressing this signal? Because if you see the peaks from the very small section of the MRI here, so this peak, this signal in a spectroscopy look like this. You see that this is a bump over here at 3.5 ppm from the water signal. This is a water signal, we can assume the water signal, and this is how the signal was look like, right? So this signal, detect the signal is very difficult because of the higher exchange rate. So it keep exchanging with the water, bulk water. So what we have to do, we have to suppress the we have to suppress the amide, we have to suppress the proton attached to the amide signal. That means we have to suppress this signal. So after suppressing this signal over a period of T's time, so you see that this signal is suppressed. When the signal was suppressed, so it got exchanged with the proton attached to the amide and water, and we have here blue colored hydrogen atom that was only here we had one proton atom. Now this bulk water is replaced with the only proton atom, and when we were detecting this signal, there will be no signal, right? So now we don't have any signal over here. So what we will do, this saturated signal, and this is the initial signal. Now we will take a ratio of saturated signal and the initial signal, and then with this ratio we will get this peak, whole peak. So this signal will be look like opposite direction, and at the center, at the 0 ppm, we have only water signal. You can see that in the orange color, you see the water signal at 3.5 ppm signal somewhere here. The green, we have a amide signal, or we call it APT. This side we have fat signal in the red. In the red, that is, we call it NOE, and MTC signal is very, very broad. It's all over everywhere, and so different signals we can extract from the one signal, whatever we have seen over here, by suppressing this. Okay. So these are different type of MRI different type of, this is a classification of stimulation transfer MRI, where we have a magnetization transfer contrast, that is we call MTC. We have a chemical stimulation transfer, that is we call CEST. If you have heard about the CEST MRI, and they are the very pioneer, the field of CEST MRI, Peter Van Zyl, Jinyang Zhu, Elkinman, these are the pioneer people in this area. Okay, so, and specific type of CEST MRI that is I have discussed just now is amide proton transfer MRI. In this area, I have worked. I got opportunity to work on in this area. And this another one is nuclear overhauser enhancement, that is NOE. As you see, this is a kind of fat signal. And where is that fat signal? At 3.5 ppm. It is very broad at different offsets. We can get this signal. So this should be clear that to you, that in MRI generally we get a signal from a one image, single image, that we have seen T1 weighted image, T2 weighted image, flare weighted image. So one image is people, radiologists select one image, and then he tried to make some information only from that image, specifically from that image. But CEST MRI doesn't work like this. In CEST MRI, we need to acquire several images at different frequency offset of the same thing. You see that there is the same brain, same slice, and just by changing the frequency offset, okay, frequency offset, we keep acquiring these images like this. That means to get this image, particular one image, we need to acquire that. To get the signal at this 3.5 ppm, we have to acquire whole range of frequencies from the MRI, and then we can extract one signal from it. That's why we can say that this is very similar to look like dynamic contrast enhancement weighted image, where we keep changing the contrast in the image. So here the meaning is, here we have to acquire image at several frequency offsets rather than on the time. So it really have a clinical applications in diagnosing the tumor, stroke, and various neurodegenerative diseases. So you can see that this has a real application. The real chemical molecules we can detect from the MRI image. That's a very big achievement for the MRI community. And here I would like to discuss now the whole framework or pipeline of the physics-informed deep learning framework, where you see that initially what we have to do the protocol design. That means how you can acquire this kind of signal, how you can acquire some signal at 3.5 ppm, 3.4 ppm, any specific frequency offset. For that, we need to have a sequence optimization, sequence design. Then we'll do the acquisition. Then how we can minimize reconstruction time by acquiring less amount of data. Then how we can correct some artifacts using some method that we will discuss in this presentation. Then how we can get quantitative maps, that means how much this chemical is there, that means how much this particular protein is there, how much means with reference to the water, and what is the exchange rate. So many tissue parameters we can calculate, and then based on that, of course, it's a clinician job to do the risk assessment. That is not part of the system. It's a slide. So let's start with the very first, that is the motion correction. So as I mentioned that this is not a simple motion correction on a particular image, but here we acquire a series of images, and once motion happens, so series of images get displaced to each other, and then we can get the very wrong signal. Okay, so there are several existing methods for the motion correction in STMRI, like low rank principal component analysis, mutual information. A lot of people tried with the deep learning based approaches as well, but they are not very, since you cannot understand, if you don't know the physics behind that, you cannot directly apply that method, deep learning method, to the motion correction here. So but in the and because in CEST MRI or sequence transfer MRI, it's very challenging to do the motion correction, because here you see the signal contrast keep changing. Whatever motion correction we do in other domain of MRI, so we have almost good signal intensity, right? So, but here signal intensity keep varying from one to other. You can see the signal intensity is 0 over here, and here we have maximum signal intensity. Okay, so that thing we have to understand before correcting the motion artifact. And then there is two kind of motions are possible here: motion during the k-space acquisition and motion between the acquisitions, that I will discuss in the very next slide. So you see that here is the RF pulse. This is a fat suppression pulse. Then this is the turbo spin echo sequence, and here we are acquiring data. That means one line after another line, and that time if patient moves, we can get this kind of effect. You see that, right? So this is motion free. You see that intensity is changing, of course, because of Z spectra I have shown you the intensity was changing, and along with this intensity there is motion artifacts are changing because of motion is occurring during the acquisition of the k-space line. And now after one we keep acquiring another image, so this whole image get displaced. You see that this image is getting displaced, but this image is not getting displaced. This is at the same position, but the k-space line is getting corrupted. That's why we see this kind of artifact. And now the overall impact of these two kind of motion is like this. Here we can see that the motion is there, and that's why the brain is changing its position, and along with that k-space artifacts are there. So this is a complex motion that we have to understand first to apply any algorithm, right? So what I did, I tried to do the motion simulation very first, motion simulation on the motion free images, right? And then I tried to correct it. So there are two kind of motion, as we have seen in the previous slide, and those motion has to simulate first. So how to simulate first? I have an image. I shifted this image up, down, shifted this image left, right, and rotated this image. Different kind of motion possibility. And then if you take the full transform and then take some part of this full transform that is non-overlapping with this and non-overlapping with this, these all are non-overlapping masks we prepare. So in a fun image, we can include different kind of motions in a one image. And since this mask will be generated randomly, but they all are if you superimpose that all the mask, you will get the whole image, right? So these are random in nature, so we can generate different kind of motion in a single image. Now since we are acquiring MRI image along this frequency offset, so what we are doing, we are just making small deflection in the X direction, in the Y direction, in the Z direction. You can see with the color in the pitch, yaw, and roll direction. Since this data is acquired in the 3D, so everything, all possible six rotation and translation we have to apply on this image. So now we will combine everything here. So if we try this approach with a conventional way, that means we have this kind of image, we feed into the deep learning network, and then try to do the motion correction. So for this, we don't have sufficient data. Let's assume we have 15% data, and this is volumetric data. So that means total data points we will have only 15, and from 15 we cannot do anything. So at least in deep learning we did know at least, but yeah, for a fair training, at least I believe they require 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 number of data points, and that means you need to acquire data from 3,000 patients. So that's very challenging to keep so huge amount of data into drives and to acquire to get this huge amount of data set. So that's next to impossible problem if you think in the conventional way. So rather than directly motion correction from this to this using a 3 or 4 dimension unit or CNN, 3 or 4 dimension CNN, you cannot solve this problem because of the memory constraints and the acquiring this data set. So what I thought of doing, I thought of doing it correcting the motion artifact voxel wise. That means I already know the behavior. If this is perfect behavior, if there is no motion, then I know with the help of block equation how this signal look like. The signal look like perfectly like this, like dotted lines. But if there is motion, so the voxel may get displaced and the particular voxel may get a different signal intensity than the other one. Then you will get the line that you can see with the yellow one. Okay, now my target is to learn this pattern to this pattern in one dimension. That is very, very simple for me to do. So the simple problem I solved with a one dimension CNN followed by the fully connected layers, and of course I use the physics information in that, and then I solved this motion correction problem. So there's at this point of time, I don't want to explain much about the physics information loss, but I can say that at 3.5 ppm, the signal is already known to me because of because this physics we know that, and then from the motion corrected image, we calculate the signal when we try to minimize this thing. Okay, so this is what we can get that from the physics-informed motion correction network. You see different approaches I have compared over here for a specific 20 ppm image. The reference one, these are the motion image, and this is the existing methods. And this is when you simply apply the motion correction in XY direction, and this is our method. The motion correction voxel wise, you see that the error images, so error is least in case of our approach, and these are the existing methods. There's a huge difference, huge improvement we obtained from this method, and you see that this paper we have recently published in MRM, that's one of the best journal in MRI domain, right? So this is very less time consuming over the existing approaches, and this is outperform all the methods. This code is of course open source, everyone to use it. Now further you see the colorful images. These are not just a colorful images, these are the color coding of when signal is changing. So this color coding is based on the whole Z spectra signal, that is 100% signal, and now we calculate an MTC signal at 3.5 ppm. So after motion correction, this is how good we can see. This is very clear image, and this is a low SNR signal, that is APT pound, RNOE pound at 3.5 ppm, and this minus 3.5 ppm, this is 3.5 ppm. So after motion correction, we got very, very good quality image, and here it's a APT image. And you should remember that we never applied motion correction technique or unit technique on these images, right? These are just a byproduct. This is just after applying the mathematical models on these images, right? This was here we corrected, not here. Actually, we corrected along the Z spectra, right? So along here we corrected it, and then we get these images in Z spectra. Then we apply some mathematics. Then we get these images, and after motion correction, we get these images. So motion correction method was never directly applied on these images, but these images are the byproduct of the Z spectra. Okay. Now I would like to discuss about the quantitative STMRI. So there are some challenges in STMRI, like if we change the scan parameter values, the contrast and signal intensity gets changed. Like here, B1 was fixed, but we changed the saturation time. So saturation time means applying RF pulse for that much amount of time, to suppress this signal from here. If we have T1, TS is 1 second, TS is 2 seconds, you see the signal intensity got changed. If we have TS that is fixed and applying different V1 value, then signal intensity changes, right? So this is the effect of saturation parameters, scan parameters. That means if you have different scan parameter, so you will have different signal intensity or different signals you will have, but that is not inherent property of brain tissue. Brain tissue will have a fixed value. That is suggesting changing the scan parameter values, changing the signal, suggesting that this is not a true tissue parameter value. This is here we have several effect compound. There is several compounding effect of the water, maybe the APT signal. So many effects are there. That's why there is something is happening wrong over here that we can understand. And as well as the same protein we wanted to calculate using different method like APT, AREX, APT weighted. That means there is a problem in the methods as well. So how we can address this problem? This problem can be addressed with the help of quantification of the protein, and that is one of the most challenging tasks yet in this domain. It's very difficult to do that, but we try to do that, and we have some results. So you can see that this is what we did. We got some different tissue parameters like T1 of water, T2 of macromolecule, and this is the concentration, kind of concentration, not a concentration, a pool size ratio of the macromolecule, and this is exchange rate. So so many parameters we can get from an MRI sequence of MRI images, right? So for that we have developed a deep learning approach, but just developing deep learning approach will be next to impossible if you don't understand the physics behind that. Of course, you need to understand some block equations from tissue parameter values, how you can get tissue parameter values, and from tissue parameter values, sorry, and the scan parameter values, how you can get the signal. That you have to understand first. And then with the help of inverse modeling, that means from MRF signal, from signal what we have, that we have acquired, and that given, of course, since we acquired the signal, we knew the scan parameter values, how we can get the tissue parameter values. If you know this model, you can train on a deep learning approaches. With the help of deep learning model, you can get some results, right? This is one method I used, and of course there are so many technical things in this method, like generating this, making this model a physics-informed model. For that, I have used reconstruction block equations within the neural network. If we train this model directly, we train this model with hello block equations, it will take around 6 months for 50 epochs to train a model one time, and after 6 months you may get some error. Then again you train this model for 6 months. So rather than doing this, I replace this block equations from here with the deep learning based block equations, right? And this deep learning block equations has a pre-trained model, and this acted as a surrogate model within this model. So this is the deep learning, and this is a block simulator model I trained, and that acted as a surrogate model. Now, rather than taking 106 hours, it is start taking that half an hour to run a single epoch. And if you are doing it for 50 epochs, you can think of that how much time I have saved. Now this model you can train within a 1 day, rather than training this model in a 6 month. So at the same time, I improved the accuracy, and I did this with the help of phantom study by really taking some chemicals and putting those chemicals into the MRI machine, and these chemicals, and we already knew how much the concentration of those chemicals, and then whatever I predicted, I matched with the actual values. Okay, and this is the results you can see. And this is some one more approach I have here that I would like to skip right now, the time constraints. So yeah, so many results, so many tissue parameters. Again, these are the tissue parameters I try to predict it at the same time from the one neural network. That is the most challenging task. And this paper has been published in the MRI journal, with one of the best journal in the world for MRI. And then for validation from acquired MRI signal, I predicted this signal. Now, how I would know that these are the correct signals? So what I did, I took these tissue parameter values and feed into the block questions along with the tissue parameter where we acquired a signal. We again got this signal, synthesized signal, and now this synthesized signal we compared with the acquired signal, and then we try to take a difference, and the difference has been amplified by 10 times. Still, we have whole black signals. That means that the difference between these and these is very, very less. How I try to validate it. Imaging acceleration. So for imaging acceleration, I use some self-supervised technique where I use the CNN and fast Fourier transform within the training of this network. And here we have results. So these are images acquired by the 2.5 acceleration factor. You can see a lot of artifacts over here, and this is a fully case space. And when we did the reconstruction results are very, very promising. You see that these are the almost similar results we got even after 2.5 times folding. Means 2.5 times we increase the speed. So this is a final sequence optimization. Which are the best sequences which are the best lines? So you have a full MRF signal or MRI signal, but which are the best lines? Which are the best scan numbers with the help of importance ranking or interpretability of this kind of MRI signal and the network? We try to optimize the sequence. We got the best MRI sequences or best MRI scans to get the best tissue parameter combination. Right, so we have so this is the in vivo results. So you can see that the reference took a 3.3 minutes 48 seconds, and the optimized one took only 1 minute and 53 seconds, and we got a very, very similar tissue parameters with the reference one. So we reduced so much scan time, and this paper also got published in MRM journal recently. So yeah, so in this presentation, as we have discussed, how we can incorporate block questions into the deep learning frameworks, how we can use deep learning networks for the improvement in the substitution transfer MRI. We can do the quantification, you can do the motion correction, imaging acceleration. So many possibilities are there with the MRI and combining MRI and the deep learning approaches. And finally, I have few acknowledgements. So first two acknowledgements, my postdoctoral mentor and was my colleague Sultan, and my PhD scholars Chandan and Ajit. So that's all from my side. And after the end of this talk, I have one announcement that I got one ECRG project from the NRF, and there is a one GRF position is open on that. So the deadline of this application is 14th of July. So please feel free to write me regarding this position, and I will be happy to answer your query. Thank you so much. If there is any question, I would like to answer those.
Thank you, sir. So, participant, if you have any questions, please raise hand or type your question in chat box.
How can I stop?
So, thank you very much.
Question in the chat box. Let me see.
Yes, sir. We are waiting for the participant.
Yeah. They can ask me, and a participant can visit the NIT GSR page where they will find the available GRF position in my lab, and if they have any question they can ask.
Yes, sir.
And
You
they
can
they can write an
display the
email.
advertisement.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Or you can share in the chat box. Then most of the participant belongs to the faculty member, so they can encourage their student to
Yeah, sure.
yes, sir, to join your lab.
Yeah.
And the participant, I have granted the permission to unmute yourself. So if you have any query, you can ask.
Munendra.
In case the student participants have any question, they can write to me, email, or they can ask in surveys as well. Yeah, there is one question.
Yes.
I can read how I can select the correct line from the case space for reconstruction. Okay, so that I haven't covered in my talk. So how you can select the correct case space line, but definitely you can do that with the methods you can develop just by learning that what is the correct case space line, what is the expected numbers you get in the specific case space line, right? So you can have some training on that. So with that, definitely you will be able to find that this is the correct line or not, and you can ignore those incorrect lines that is corrected by the motion or any other artifact. You can ignore them. You can rank the corrected line, and you can use those lines for the reconstruction.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other question, participant? So thank you very much, Dr. Munendra Singh, sir, for delivering such insightful and intellectually stimulating lectures. The presentation provided a comprehensive understanding of how chemical exchange, saturation, transfer magnetic resonance imaging, when integrated with data-driven methodology and advanced computational technique, is transforming the field of biomedical imaging. The concept you shared demonstrated the immense potential of data analytics and artificial intelligence in enhancing the image reconstruction and improving the diagnostic accuracy, enabling the quantitative biomarker discovery, and facilitating the early detection and characterization of various diseases. The innovative approaches, recent research development, and future perspective discussed during your lecture have offered our participants valuable insight into one of the most promising frontier of medical imaging and precision healthcare. Your expertise has inspired us to explore the interdisciplinary collaboration at the interface of biomedical engineering and medical imaging, data science, and artificial intelligence. On behalf of Department of Biotech and Bioengineering, School of Science and Technology, Gulgata University, we sincerely thank you for your valuable time, your exceptional presentation, and your significant contribution to this international faculty development programs. So, as a gesture of heartfelt appreciation, we are pleased to present a digital memento. So, may I request Dr. Gaurav Kumar, Associate Professor, Head and Department of Biotechnology and Bioengineering, Gulgata University, and co-convener of this FDP, to kindly present the digital memento virtually to our esteemed speaker.
Yes. Hello,
Thank you,
Munendra.
Gaurav. Yeah, thank you, Gaurav sir, and thank you, Nitesh, for such a nice sum up and conclusion. And that is probably better conclusion than anyone can give. Of course, I couldn't give that good conclusion. That's very nice conclusion. Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you, Gaurav sir. I really enjoyed talking over here about my topic and my lab.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
As
sir.
a token of gratitude, kindly receive this digital memento, and I am fortunate that you have accepted our invitation and delivered such an informative and valuable talk. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
sir.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. So with this, we conclude today's session. Thank you all for your active participation. We look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Participants are kindly requested to join 15 minutes before the commencement of the technical session. So before leaving the meeting, please take a moment to complete the feedback form which has been shared in the chat. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitesh sir, for hosting this event.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Dear participant, please fill out the feedback form that I have shared in the chat box.